Da-da-da. Da-da-da. It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy. I feel like you guys have really been on the same page with that lately.
Yeah, he stopped being a dick, but now he's going to be a dick.
He stopped conducting.
Okay. See, I thought you've known him well enough not to do what you just
So
did.
you miss it. You miss when I do that.
No, I don't miss it.
Kinda, you brought it up.
I'm saying like that may have been the issue. Is all I'm saying.
All right. So he's like a child.
Yeah.
When he's doing good,
Yeah.
you just let it happen. When you
Don't point it out.
When you point
You
out
wrote
he's
it
doing
out.
good, it changes. So now the rest,
bad.
the next 3 weeks, he's gonna be doing a puffing. It's 50 degrees right now. It's going to be the most beautiful day of the week.
Like 70, right?
Yep, we're going to be diddling 70 in certain places in the greater Rochester area, and then it goes down from there. But, I mean, it's still not the worst thing in the world. For the rest of the week, we'll be in the mid-40s to high 30s.
Yeah, no snow.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Let's talk about luck.
Luck?
Well, because here's the thing. You have good luck until you have bad luck.
Right.
And then you'll have a run of bad luck until one good thing happens that wipes everything out. And last night, I was in typical parent night.
Yeah.
And anyone that has kids knows exactly what I mean, where everything has to be planned down to the minute to get done what you got to get done. So I get up from my nap. I have my juice box. I start working on the show.
Yeah.
And I have X amount of time to work on the show. My kids get home from school. My oldest daughter, she's got to go to hockey practice. So here's my plan. She's got hockey practice around the corner at Scottsville Ice Arena.
All right.
So I'm going to put on my workout stuff.
Oh, you're working out now, huh?
Yeah, it's great. Hashtag no days off. Hashtag stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Even though you don't help your brother move. Brother needed help moving.
what are you,
Mr. I'm in
his
shape. No,
grandpa?
I'm not helping you move.
No,
You
I'm
don't help your brother.
Get your own goddamn couch.
Spit on your mother's grave. I didn't hear you offering to help him.
I'm not his brother.
You like him more than I do, it seems.
I do.
So I'm going to take Stella to hockey.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop her off. It's like 5 minutes from my house. Run home, work out, pick her back up from hockey, come home, eat dinner, ready to go. Everything's golden.
Wow.
Everything is down to the minute.
Right.
It's a minute night.
So no room for error.
No room for error. So got my workout stuff on, right? Sleeveless T-shirt. Drop her off at the rink, out of the car. I pull out. I get a phone call from my daughter. Dad, I'm at the wrong rink.
The wrong rink?
Whoops.
Turns out
I feel like my parents have done that before.
I made a mistake. I made a mistake.
Where's my team?
So it turns out practice last night was at Paul Lewis Arena, which is off the inner loop, the one you drive by on
Yeah,
490.
yeah.
Yeah. So now my plan for the night
Oh,
is
yeah.
shot in the
Oh,
ass.
there goes your workout.
Well, see, that's what I thought. So here's the thing. I'm driving there, and I go pick her back up. I'm flying to get to Paul Lewis to get her there on time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm in a tank top. I'm in short shorts.
All right, but it's a nice night.
No, but here's the thing. Like, I don't want to go stand
Yeah,
in the
but you
rink.
don't want to be that thing.
Oh.
Yeah, here you guys. So
Sleeveless guy.
So I remember, wait a minute, I got a pair of sneakers in the car.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just go for a run around the city of Rochester.
Oh, what are you, Lonsbury now? You gonna fight crime?
No, I'm not. I don't have my gun on me.
So you ran around the city like a lunatic?
So I'm in Cornhill,
Yeah.
right? I'm like, here's what
yeah, you can run up and down the river there.
that was my plan. I hadn't been
Oh,
down.
you rock the river, man.
Well, they got that new Rock the Riverway. The first part of it's done. I had not been down there yet. I go, this is the perfect opportunity. We talk
Beautiful
about it all
night.
the time. Yeah, I'm going to go
You and all the other hipsters out there?
go check it out. So I run through Cornhill, and I get down to the Rock the Riverway. And by the way, they did an unbelievable job.
Okay.
It's gorgeous. And there was so many people out doing the exact same thing I was doing. It was
Showing off.
fantastic. What am I supposed to do?
What could I do?
What am I supposed to do?
I guess.
Just-
So, all right, so you're down there, what happened?
All right, so now keep in mind, I got my short shorts on.
How short are these goddamn shorts?
I'm going to say 5 inches, 5-inch inseam.
I don't
Man,
know.
I'm trying to think how long my balls go down.
Well, no, your legs are 5 inches, so those would be like swishy pants for you. Flapper jeans. So, if you run, you can't have your phone in your pocket because it'll like bounce around and fall out, right?
Yeah.
So I took my key fob for my car off the key ring. I got that in one hand, and I got my phone in the other hand.
You're jogging with your phone in your hand.
And my phone and my keys. So I'm jogging, da-da-da-da-da. And for those who have not been down to the river since they fix it up,
Yeah.
there's nothing that stops you from running into the river.
Like
Oh.
there's no barrier.
There's no barrier. There's no partition.
Okay.
There's no, it's just open.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Now that I'm thinking about it,
It's right there.
It's all open.
So there's no
it's
railing.
just, it's just a cliff. that
Yeah,
goes
it
right
just
there.
goes right into the river.
Yeah.
So I'm running, and I'm getting down towards where, all the restaurants are in it.
Yeah.
And I guess, sweat must have gone down my arm into the palm of my hand. As I'm running, I'm 5 feet from the river.
Oh, no.
My key fob to my car
Flies out.
out of my hand, and it's slow motion. It is slow. I am watching this fly through the air.
And
It hits the ground 3 feet next to the river. It bounces straight up in the air like it's a ping pong ball. It bounces again.
oh no.
It's going in the river. I don't like. It was
gone
it
forever.
was one of those things. Well, Kimmy, time stops in my head.
Call the
Yeah.
scuba team.
Well, that's just it, though. I can't go in to go get it. How
No,
deep
you
is that
can't.
river? Okay, so
Well, first of all, there's a current in that river.
Yeah.
You're going to go over the falls with your fob.
well, that actually might help my workout. I'll just swim against the current.
There you go.
In my sleeveless shirt. And I'm thinking to myself, like, again, time stops. Like, if this thing goes in the river, I have to call my wife
Yep.
to get my extra set of keys. She's got to drive all the way from West Henrietta down
So
to
the whole night's shut.
I mean, and
yes.
she's
Yeah.
pissed at me, and I'm not getting to bed
Yeah.
till 10 o'clock. So bounce, bounce,
Ooh.
bounce. It lands flat. It's sliding towards the edge. Tommy, I am not S-ing you right now.
Yeah.
It stopped an inch on the edge of the river.
Damn.
Like, there was that much space.
So it's like when those golfers like putt right to the rim and it just stops,
I couldn't believe it. To the
like in
point,
Caddyshack.
I'm staring at it, not moving with my mouth
So
open.
you like slowly walk over, trying to not make any vibration.
Bro, I went backwards. Like, because I was
Backwards?
so... I like
What, you
went...
sneak it up on it?
It was like a crocodile. I'm like, because
Yeah.
I was afraid I was going to just walk up to it and like kick it with my foot and put it in the
Oh.
river. So I'm like, I got kind of behind it, like my heels were
Don't
on the
move.
river, moved it a little bit, and then I picked it up and kept going. But it was funny, like all of the bad luck I had to that night, like
Yeah.
the bad schedule, it all wiped away.
Look at
Yeah.
that.
Because my stupid,
Things could always be worse.
exactly. It was
Damn.
wonderful.
Just
Okay.
needed a little reminder and a heart attack.
Exactly. Yeah. Because like I would have been frustrated. My wife, I think rightfully so, would have been furious.
Well, yeah, because she works late, right?
Yeah,
and
she-
then she's got to do all this jackass.
So you got to go on your stupid little run.
Yeah, because somebody's
got
got to
to
get
little
his-
shorts.
I got to get my steps in.
Why is it inappropriate to go for a jog?
It's not, but you didn't have
It's
to
a way
do
you
it.
go for a jog.
Well, please explain the
Okay.
way I go for a jog.
You go for a jog in a sleeveless short shorts like you're a Laker girl in training.
I wasn't planning on running. I was going to be working out in my house.
Phone in one hand, fob in the other.
What is wrong with that, Kimmy?
How do you
Explain.
run with two things in your hand?
Like this? I don't know.
That would be-
I think you're a lunatic.
That's how everybody runs.
I mean,
balls
I've
hanging
run
out.
with like holding my phone, but it would be weird to like also be holding my keys in the other hand.
Look, I have a thing that I can attach my phone to my arm. I just didn't have it with me because,
Okay.
again, everything got thrown off. I don't get why this bothers you.
Oh, it doesn't bother
No,
me.
it definitely bothers you. Why?
I don't know, because I think you're insane sometimes.
I was one of 50 people I saw jogging doing the same exact thing.
Well, I'm sure they were all in short shorts and sleeveless tops,
It might have
Again.
been.
fob and phone in hand.
Short shorts are in right now, whether or not you
For
like
men-
it.
how are short shorts ever a thing for
the
men?
hem has gotten higher.
Yeah,
Why?
look, I'm
like
not-
we already knew it looked ugly. The NBA showed us what it would look like.
No, but then the NBA went. I think the thing was
Then it went super
it
long.
went super long, and now we're kind of like in the middle / slightly higher than
Shorts should be the inseam of a short or miniature trousers, they call them in Canada, should be 8 to 10 inches. That's a standard short.
I don't disagree with you, but there aren't, unless I want to go buy,
to
like,
find.
look like my dad,
Yeah.
I can't go find shorts that are, like, not old man shorts.
proper shorts.
Yes, like if I wear baggy shorts,
You
I
throw
look like
baggy shorts.
I look like Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit.
He's pretty cool, man.
Is he pretty cool? Is he?
He had a pretty
cool?
good set.
No, man. And again, I was not planning on being seen by people.
I understand.
Shut up, man. And like you're the one that makes me laugh the hardest. There are videos of you on YouTube working out in your basement
Yes, there are.
in tank tops.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was a fool.
Yeah. Well, I've learned my lesson.
I was a young, foolish man.
I was once a boy, now I am a man. I was once a 48-year-old boy.
I never wore short shorts.
ever. No, you had to have. You
Every
came-
pair of shorts you've ever owned is short shorts.
No, like those like
you
old
were never.
gymnasium
Not
shorts,
even when you
maybe?
were like a kid.
Probably, but like I would have to be a little kid. You wouldn't have seen my little ass balls. I had little boy balls. You're not going to see them in short shorts.
I
I
had
didn't ask to see them. What are you talking about?
Well, a guy drove by in a car one time, but that's a different story. But you know what I'm saying.
I had legging shorts underneath the short shorts so you don't see my balls.
Well, thank God you had your leggings on.
Well, no, you gotta have
Oh,
those
wait,
on.
you had the leggings on.
Wait, but
no,
don't
no,
the
no, 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 no,
leggings
no, the
ex-
shorts. The
Yeah,
shorts.
shorts with leggings
Yeah.
underneath.
No, okay, no.
Oh,
What
the
did I-
shorts had like the built-ins.
They weren't built in, but it was like that.
Okay.
I have to wear tight like underpants because
All
my
right,
balls
all right,
bounce
all
around.
right.
Because your shorts are too goddamn
No,
short.
well, no, there's no support. It doesn't matter what shorts I wear. There are no shorts that exist where I'm getting support for my balls where I can't wear something tight underneath
right.
when I'm working out. Shut up. What is appropriate for working out for you?
I don't see your balls or your ass
You didn't
cheeks.
see my balls.
Well, I know they're there.
5-inch inseam. You just saw my. You just
You're
saw.
in the red zone with your balls.
You saw top quad. That's all you saw.
Top quad?
Top quad.
I thought they canceled that show.
252 WCMF. I was forced to do a jog through the city of Rochester yesterday. Well, I had no other option.
Forced to jog.
I almost dropped my keys in the river. They stopped literally an inch before they went over into the drink. And all the bad luck I had up to that point, I was just like, everything's golden now. Can I tell you the other embarrassing thing?
Whatever.
Look, I understood how all of this looks, all right?
How is your daughter mortified by all this?
Have to be.
Well, she was in the rink. All the parents were in the rink.
Yeah, but you're gonna show back up sweaty.
That did happen.
Shirt with the shirt soaked full of sweat.
You want the
with your
worst?
short shorts.
Yes.
You know what the worst part of it, too?
What?
The shirt that I was wearing, it was like one of those Sweatwick shirts.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's white, so you can clearly see my nipples
no.
through the shirt.
Yeah,
That's
it's
not good.
Again, did not think anyone was going to see me.
What are you going to do?
I'm running. All right, so I got to go back to the rink, right?
Yeah.
So I go down the river. I run past the Blue Cross Arena. I go up around the corner to where, what is that?
Thank God nobody saw you.
The medical examiner.
Yeah. God, if somebody saw me, I would want to die looking like a goddamn fool.
I'm running up towards the church there,
Yeah.
and somebody in a black pickup truck's honking his horn at me.
Like he knows you.
I'm on the sidewalk. I don't know what the hell the deal is. Guy pulls over. I go, what the hell is this? It's Dan Mason, general manager of Rochester Red Wings. Hey, buddy!
Oh, really?
Hey, but what are you doing?
I didn't know he was a truck guy.
I didn't know either.
Yeah.
He's trying to feel like a big man, probably.
Yeah, probably.
You know the type. But yeah, of course,
Your boy Dan Mason.
running a mace while I look like a complete moron.
But that's what happened when I ran into Catalano when he had his little bicycle shorts on. I'm just out walking the dog in a canal, and here comes Ball Boy.
I'm sorry, can people not take care of themselves in the world?
You can. I just don't need to see every part of your physique while you're working out, man.
By the way, Mace has seen you in a kilt this week as
Yes.
well as short shorts.
Yes, he saw me in a
And
kilt on
sweaty
Saturday.
top.
Yeah, you're absolutely
That's
right.
way too much Pat Duffy for most people.
Seen a lot of leg this week from the
Yeah.
Duffy brothers. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tim. Hey, Timmy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Tommy, you know what this is?
What's up, buddy?
He's turning into Bob Lansbury running through the city.
Is there an echo on this show?
I don't know why.
I already made the joke.
He made the joke, Tim. You must have
Sorry,
tuned in.
I tuned in late.
Yeah. Oh, look at him. You would have killed him if he was making that joke about you.
Tim's out.
Tim's out. Tim is out of here. He's out of here. I got to be honest with you.
What's that?
It was nice. Like, the whole running experience in the city was nice.
Oh, okay.
Like, fresh air was good. Everything down that they did by the river, like I said,
Yeah.
was beautiful.
Well, you ran around a nice part of the city, so yes.
Well, yes. Yeah, no, I get it. It's downtown.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, everyone else was out. It was just like,
People are enjoying the
Well,
town.
yeah.
It is amazing how once the sun comes out and the weather gets a little warmer, you forget how many people live around you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because you
yeah.
don't see other people out and about for months.
But I guess what I'm getting at, I've been going to that ring since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Right? Like Cornhill, down by the river, all that stuff, right? There was never anybody around ever. Like, no
No.
one was really out of their
Well,
house.
there was no place to go around.
Well, there are a lot more like apartments over there now too.
You think that's what it is?
Oh yeah, I think so for sure.
Okay. It was just like, the city felt alive.
Yeah.
And it felt, it was cool to see.
People are enjoying the town.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, look, if for years and years and years, if there wasn't an Amerks game or a Nighthawks game by
Oh,
the
that place was a dead zone.
Ghost Town, right?
Yeah.
And people were out.
Yeah.
People were they had leftovers from restaurants over in those that little area
That's
there.
big city right there, buddy.
It did. I didn't want to sound like a rube, but yeah, it felt big city.
Big city leftovers.
I felt like big metropolitan man running in my short shorts in downtown Rochester, showing off for general manager of the Rochester Red Wings, Dan Mason. We got a dynamite. The shorts are always short. Gonna break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate.
Yeah, you already started.
Well, I didn't hate nothing.
Hating on a man just trying to live his life.
Hate a man's testicles.
2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
8 Mail of the Week, just after 8, we had a story about an incident at the library in Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah.
Threat, shut it down. Turns out it was all a false alarm.
Yeah.
And in no part in the story did we say or was there any indication that this threat was because of teenagers.
Yeah.
Yet, this woman who heard us have this discussion, for some reason, heard that,
Oh.
decided this was teenagers' fault. And she is now under the impression that drastic measures need to be taken to control these wild teens.
At the Pittsburgh Library.
Well, everywhere.
Oh, all right.
There needs to be a county-wide law enacted.
Lock them up.
We'll get to that just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you want to talk about a man who wears short shorts and looks good in them.
Who's that?
Kimmy, this linebacker for the Buffalo Bills, is every woman's sexual fantasy.
Yep, despite us not knowing at all what he sounds like or is into.
Mystery man. Maybe that makes it more intriguing to all those ladies.
Maybe.
So what happened to him?
Well, yesterday we got some news. He's doing something that's going to help the Bills this offseason. But for everything you give, you need something in return. The Bills have given him something in return that gave us, Kimmy, a reality punch right to the face that if he's going to be a part of a championship team, it's going to have to be this year.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You want to believe your heroes are going to live forever.
Oh, sure.
And this guy, huge hero for a lot of young kids here in Western New York. A lot of something else to the women of Bill's Mafia.
Oh.
But we got a reality punch in the face yesterday.
What happened?
Because what this man did to make this season easier for the Buffalo Bills made it very clear that this is probably his last season with the Buffalo Bills. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. For decades, this was a blight on the face of the city of Rochester.
Oh, dear God.
One of the dingiest, scariest places. Let's put it this way. If you ended up here, your life was not going well.
Okay.
And now, this place is going to be a hot spot, Kimmy, for folks that want to move in. Because
Like a showcase?
But Kimmy, I mean, it's a perfect location for where you want to be.
So they're going to,
Rochester.
redo it all?
They are. But there are some places whose reputations are so bad.
I mean, maybe if you're young enough, you don't know.
This place was a household name.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So if we were to talk about the most popular Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen is number one.
Yeah.
Offensive lineman Deion Dawkins, he's a fan favorite. But linebacker Matt Milano is loved for two very specific reasons.
What's that?
One, he plays like his hair's on fire all the time, right? Great on the field.
Huge plays. Memorable.
Two, he is the resident Bills sex symbol.
Is he the best-looking guy on the team?
Kimmy?
Yeah, you could argue that. Got great arms. Great arms.
Bicep the size of a baby's
Well,
head.
Great
most of those
biceps.
guys have good arms.
No,
No,
man, you don't even
his stand
know.
out. That's how good they are.
Bobby Puny arms, yeah.
Bobby Puny arms. He's Norwegian. So Matt Milano was in the news yesterday.
What happened?
They announced that they reworked his contract. Matt Milano agreed to a pay cut to make sure that the Bills can fit all of the players they just signed into the cap this year without having to release anybody.
Pretty generous of the guy.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Yeah.
You give, you also take.
Well, yeah.
And Matt Milano got something out of this as well.
What's that?
Well, he was supposed to have 2 more years left on his contract, but in giving the Bills the money they needed to sign these players, the Bills let him out of the final year of his deal, meaning this year will be his last under contract with the Bills. When he turns 31 at the end of the season, Matt Milano will be a free agent.
Okay.
Kimmy, that is not good for the long-term prospects of Matt Milano as a Buffalo Bill.
No.
They'll have to pay him.
It kind of, for me, it kind of said like they would have released him now if they could.
Oh.
Do you feel that way?
Maybe.
But it sounds like they need him right now.
All right.
Well, okay, so he struggled with injury, especially last season. He returned from an injury and wasn't quite back to the way he played before.
But that was to be expected based on the injuries that he had.
No, I mean, it was still...
And he's getting up there.
It wasn't like he played poorly. It just wasn't what he was.
Since like, how long has he been around?
He's
man?
been well. So he was a late bloomer. So,
But I remember talking about him years ago.
yeah, he's been around 6, 7 seasons.
And I think that's part of it too. Is like he is one of the Bills that came up with the Sean McDermott,
this
Josh
crew.
Allen era, and
Yeah.
he's one of the kind of the last left of that group.
Yeah, one of
really.
the core guys.
Yeah.
So to Kimmy's point, his struggles with injuries, the last 2 years, he's only played in 9 regular season games and 3 playoff games.
Wait, in 2 years?
Yeah, he had that massive leg injury in London. That took him out of all of last year. Then in training camp, what was it, a torn bicep?
Tore that big beautiful bicep.
Baby head split right in half. But so that kept him out up until the last quarter of this season.
So you think this is it for him?
I don't see the Bills, unless he's willing to play for little money,
Yeah.
and if that's the case, that means his season didn't go well and the Bills don't want him back anyway. It feels like this is it.
So it also sounds like there's not going to be a big. Let's say he leaves the Bills with no contract.
Yeah.
There's no big payoff based
For
on his
him?
injuries and age.
Probably.
So he could be just done.
Well, I mean, someone will pay him. He just
but
may
he's not
have-
going to make that big paycheck.
No.
unless something crazy happens this year, which, by the way, I hope for.
Is he
Yeah.
already overpaid? Like, does he have a big whopping contract already?
No, well, so that's what's complicated about Milano, too, is because he's
He never
one.
speaks up.
Well, he doesn't speak at
No.
all. I've never heard the man's voice in my
No.
life. He could talk like, Hemingway for all we know.
Yeah, I said I'd take a pay cut, and, to help the boys win the big championship.
Like, Milano is the definition of an impact player.
Yeah.
Like, when he is at his best, when you needed that play, he went and got it for you, right? So if you ask if he's overpaid, I would argue the contract that he just had, you're paying for what he did for you in the past when he was on a 5th-round pick contract.
right,
So
okay.
I'm not upset with the money that they paid him, but I can't see this front office
So he's toast.
paying him again. Not to mention, I mean, the Bills.
Unless he plays out of his mind,
But
right?
but it looks like, Kimmy, the Bills already have his replacement on the roster. They took
Yeah.
Dorian Williams, linebacker, in the 3rd round last draft. He's been playing well in for Milano. He's getting better and better.
All right.
This would hurt. This one would hurt.
Why? Because you're not even going to miss it. You don't even talk.
No, but
it is weird. Despite the fact that we really don't know anything about the guy and his personal life, Bills fans still love him.
he doesn't do interviews. You never see him on social media.
Nope.
He's not in the videos with the players hanging out outside of the facility.
So he has no
All we-
endorsements.
All we
Nope.
know is that he loves house music.
Yeah, we did find that out.
All right.
That's all we know.
It's almost like he sleeps in a closet at One Bills Drive, and they just like game day they open up the
He's just a
closet.
mannequin that comes to life.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
yes.
he married?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Kids?
No idea.
That's weird.
I'm gonna go with no, but I can't confidently say that because
Well, I think so. I mean, not that this means anything, but I know I have a friend that saw him on a dating app, so I would assume that means he's single.
did she swipe right?
Yeah, I guess.
That's the one where you want that one, right?
I don't know. Sure,
what
we'll go with
happened?
yes.
Remember when Kimmy was cool
is-
and filled us in?
I was just after the dating app boom.
252 WCMF. We're talking about Bills linebacker Matt Milano. Yesterday, he agreed to a pay cut to help the Bills fit all of their new free agents underneath the cap. But in return, the Bills let him out of the last year of his contract. So this year will be the only year he is under contract with the Buffalo Bills. He will be 31 when he's a free agent. And, I mean, all signs point to, unless something crazy happens,
Yeah.
this being his last year with the Buffalo Bills. And to Kimmy's point, despite the fact that he does not speak and we know nothing about his personal life, and, he's one of the homegrown guys that was part of the major success that turned this team around. And outside of Josh, he's the one guy you want to see be here when they make it to that mountaintop.
Okay.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
if he doesn't – if
So
he's
it's this year then for this guy.
it sounds like it.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, is he the last of that defensive core that kind of came up with?
Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer,
Yeah, they're all
Trey
gone.
White.
I can't think of anybody else that's been around that long.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, because Von Miller came in late.
Yeah.
Greg Rousseau was drafted late. Epinesa was later. Terrell Bernard, young guy. Both corners are
Yeah.
new. Yeah, she's right. Although Dane
Damn.
Jackson's back.
I did see that.
So we got Dane Jackson. We got that going for us. I don't know, man. I mean, look, outside of the personal heartbreak
Yeah.
of potentially losing Milano outside of the season, the one thing to be okay with,
What's that?
the Bills showed last year they can lose core pieces and veteran leadership and not miss a beat.
Yeah, I mean, look at the season they had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Trey White, Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Mitch Morris, all the same type of player Matt Milano
We found
is.
out the system works.
Yeah.
The process, we have trusted the process.
You bring up, that's an interesting point. We've seen Bills players leave Buffalo. And the last round, Tremaine Edmonds, linebacker, got a really nice contract. Played fine in Chicago.
Yeah.
Gabe Davis got a really nice contract from Jacksonville. He did not play well. Stephon Diggs got a really nice contract from the Texans.
Never really got to see him.
Did not work
much.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Are Bills players not going to be signed for as much money when they leave Buffalo because the system works so well? That any player can shine in this system?
The system plus Josh Allen.
Well, I mean, the defensive system.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I don't know. That's a good question.
Because,
I mean,
So
those,
why would you come here?
well,
If
because
if you do well,
Well,
and you
because
leave, you don't get a paycheck.
yeah, but it does highlight a player that may not otherwise have those key moments. I don't know.
I mean, she's right. Like, if you look at some of the players that have had success, A.J. Klein,
Yeah.
All right.
right? I mean, Christian Benford's a 6th-round pick. He's one of the best corners in the NFL now playing in this defense.
So you think it's a system? Is elevating their game?
It is pretty amazing
All right.
when the
That's good.
when the defensive injuries hit towards the end of every season. The guys that you've never heard of that are all of a sudden making splash plays
Step
for this
up.
team, yeah. And then Kyer Elam, who doesn't. Who we're going to talk
If
about
you ask
later.
him, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna talk
Was
about
he
that
in
later in
trouble?
the show. No, he ended up in Dallas yesterday. Did a press conference and he had some things to say, and it's like, come on, buddy,
Not
come
happy?
on, bro.
Was he crapping?
Bro,
You had your chance.
I wouldn't call it crapping,
Close to
but
Blaming is more the word.
we'll get to it later. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Mark. Mark says, players come and players go. I just want a Super Bowl. I don't care who's there when we get there. Is that how most people feel?
I mean, I'm sure once you have that Super Bowl, you don't care, and now that becomes the group that shines. But no, I get sad every time the Bills lose a longtime player or a guy that helped them get to that level. It's just sad to see him go because you wanted them to win the big one with the team because they were such a big part of that offense or defense.
And aren't there some guys that, because of where they came from and like their background, you want to see them succeed for that reason?
Oh yeah, because they got a hell of a backstory.
Yeah. Like, okay, Matt Milano's a 5th-round pick. Like, him becoming...
Did he come up tough or something?
I mean,
I don't know.
I have no idea. He doesn't speak.
Yeah.
But, okay, I'll give you an example. Fred Jackson, right?
Yeah, that was a guy that everybody was like, oh, man, I'm sad he never got to the big game.
Yes, Division III college player, plays in the minor league arena football, gets a break, manages to make the team. The Bills cut him loose. He makes a playoff game with Seattle. Every Bills fan watched that Seattle playoff game, hoping that he was going to be able to get that single win. Kyle Williams.
Kyle the Pile?
You got it. Now, he wasn't around long enough to make it to the mountaintop, but he did get to play in his one playoff game, which was his dream.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it was so fulfilling to see this guy put in all that sweat equity for all those years and at least get that little taste of playoff
Okay, yeah,
football.
the little taste. I mean, Marshawn Lynch would have been the big one. I mean, he literally carried Seattle into the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I don't think Bills fans at that moment were loving Marshawn Lynch.
But you wish you would have had him.
Yeah.
You wish you would have had that Marshawn Lynch. That what do you have, like 30 touchdowns that season?
It was like 1,000 touchdowns.
It was amazing. Full of Skittles.
Guy did love his Skittles.
Yeah. And chunky soup.
Yeah.
Not together.
How do you know?
I hope not.
Turns out Matt Milano's into that. He's never told anybody. Remember when Matt Milano gave that press conference talking about how he loves Skittles and chunky soup?
I had the Skittles and the chunky soup, and I said, Mother, that's a pretty good taste there, and it's been on the diet and the training table ever since. I said, Coach, the Skittles is really something.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
There is no reason why this shouldn't be successful.
Oh.
In fact, this should be super successful because it may be like the best spot to get an apartment in downtown Rochester.
No kidding.
The location
is
Central to everything.
Kidding. It's ridiculous. You could walk to everything in downtown Rochester.
As long as everything else starts coming up around it.
I don't think
I
you've
don't really
been down
know
there
it's too
enough.
There's not a lot around it right now.
Okay.
It's a nicer area.
Yeah, I know if it's the place you speak of.
Yeah.
The place of which you speak?
I've been there, but back in its not so glory days.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is there are some places that have such a reputation that even after they're gone, it can affect how people feel about it.
If they don't change the name, because that name sticks.
Even if you change the name, you're going to know what it was.
Yeah.
Well, when you see it. Yeah.
And I'm genuinely curious if the poor reputation and the history of this place has an effect on what it is now scheduled to become.
I will say this. That place at one time when I moved here had probably one of the best dive bars in the country.
We'll tell you what's going on, and we'll do it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Matt. It was a place everyone knew by name.
Oh, really?
And not for a good reason.
Yep.
A place that if you ended up inside, something had gone terribly wrong.
Yeah, you were not doing well.
Well, now it's going to be the opposite.
Why is that?
This once beautiful building that became a destination for down-and-out folk
Yeah.
is once again being glammed up, riched out, and ready for folks to move in.
So it's going to be renovated.
Yes.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF right now.
Yeah.
You can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jim Gaffigan. He's coming to the Blue Cross Arena, comedian. December 12th, courtesy of Outback Presents. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com, just after 7 o'clock. A part-time summer job is a good way to make a little extra scratch.
Well, yeah, we're coming into that season.
You got it. It's also a good way to meet some members of the opposite sex.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the ultimate summer female fantasy jobs, and when I say summer female fantasy, I mean what women fantasize about.
I mean, to meet a guy.
Yeah. Well, if you are a guy, women fantasize about you doing this.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
They need people. They need people bad.
All right.
The money would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
The fringe benefits would be better. And there are other summer jobs, part-time, you could pick up.
Yeah, but this one is the ultimate.
Well, but here's the thing. There are other fantasies that women have
All right.
in the summertime, and we'll get into it. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The old Cadillac Hotel.
Well, we're going to restore it to our old glory.
Those words,
1930s.
those words, the Cadillac Hotel, sent a chill down the spine of most in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, it was a place you did not want to be.
It was a flop house.
Yes. The last stop before homelessness for a lot of people the last couple of decades in Rochester.
A lot of ex-cons lived there when they were coming up because the bus station was right there. So you were getting guys that were coming back into town that were getting released and going right there with their $40 and a new suit.
It was a building that was falling apart.
Yeah.
It was dirty. It was scary.
It was falling apart when I moved here in 93 when our old friend Gussie from the old show, she was the night clerk.
Mm-hmm.
When was the height of this place?
So
Oh, it had to be in probably the 20s and 30s.
I think it was 30s and 40s. I think
It's got that Art Deco
Right,
look to
right.
it.
That's what I was wondering though, like when it was like it's at its peak.
So we found out a couple of years ago, Kimmy, that it wasn't always this way. That it was actually
Right.
a destination.
I bet.
Yeah, it had to be like a show place back in
Yeah.
the 30s.
It was one of the nicest hotels in the Northeast. And to this day, despite years of it getting beat up in the condition it's in now, it's still a landmark. Like they have to
Yeah,
protect
I mean,
the
it's got
building.
that look.
But here's the thing. I
Yeah.
mean, it got so bad
How bad was it?
that the city had to shut it down
The
and
roaches moved out.
throw all the tenants. And then the Mulets had no place left to live. Tommy,
Yep.
the condition of the old Cadillac Hotel is about to change.
What are they going to do?
Yesterday, the state announced that the former hotel will get $6.2 million in funding to transform into the Fine Arts Building Lofts.
Okay, so they're going to turn it into a
An apartment building.
apartment building.
You got it. 42 units for people to live and a small branch of the Rochester Public Library inside.
Okay.
But most importantly,
What's that?
it is new life for a place that people have been avoiding like hell
Oh, yeah.
for the last 40 to 50 years. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Cool or not cool to live in the old Hotel Cadillac?
I mean, if they make it nice, I mean, it'll be really cool, I would think, especially if they keep like that Art Deco look to it, that old school
like, you
lobby
think,
and
like,
everything.
If they can almost keep it the way it was meant to be. Like
Yeah.
so like you'll always kind of have a reminder of what it was in a way.
Well, but what reminder are you looking for? The 30s?
30s.
Or
yeah, that's what
Well,
I
I
mean.
want the bum times.
Yeah, but I don't know if it can overcome that kind of reputation in your mind. Like, yes, it could be so nice, but you still know everything that went down.
I mean, it's
here.
got that old school lobby you used to see in the movies where
Yeah.
guys are sitting there reading the newspaper, smoking a cigar
Yeah,
type
yeah.
of thing. Like people hung out in hotel lobbies. Like that was a thing at one point.
No, I get what you're saying. And
Yeah.
I think because it's a landmark, they have to do the best
Yeah,
they
they
can
have to
keep it
keep
that
the
way.
yeah.
So, yeah, no, I get that would be cool.
It would
I
be
think,
cool to preserve something like that. Yeah.
I think Kimmy is getting more what I'm laying down here.
Yeah.
Would the reputation of the Cadillac Hotel Cadillac, whatever, would it be cool to be in that building with the reputation it had for the last 40,
like
50
it'd be
years?
one thing to visit it, see it. This is cool. Maybe spend some time there. But
I mean, they
I don't
make it
know
nice.
if like living there, if you're just constantly reminded or like wondering, like, I wonder who used to live in this room.
So
You
you're
know what I mean?
telling me all of the bad things that have happened in that hotel over the last 40, 50
I mean, it was
years.
just a flop house.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But like like I mean, how many times have you ever in the Cadillac?
Oh, I never went. I was
Well,
always
saying,
afraid
so you
to go
don't even
inside.
have a vision of what that was. So I mean, I'm thinking people your age that would be buying, or even people my age. I mean, very few people actually went in.
I never knew what was inside, but I knew it was a place
It was
you didn't
bad.
want to go. I mean, the
Yeah.
reputation was bad, and that's what I'm getting
A
at.
couple
is
of
like-
robberies in there, a couple of stabbings.
I mean, it is a prime location. Like, you're across the
yeah.
street from Martin Luther King Park, Strong Museum of Play. You're around the corner from Eastman. You're walking distance to the East End.
Restaurants are right there.
Parcel 5, all right there.
Yeah.
Like, it may actually be the most prime location
Yeah.
to live in downtown Rochester. Would it be cool to tell people I live in the old Hotel Cadillac?
Yeah, I mean, it's got history, both good and bad. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Okay. How many years until people stop seeing that building for what it was known for?
Might already be that way because think about somebody in their early 20s moving in there.
Oh, they wouldn't even know.
Would
Okay.
they even have a thought? I mean, I know it was still kind of that sketchy place up until what, like less than 10 years ago, right? Like
It was
still-
like 5 years ago they shut it
yeah.
down.
But I don't know how aware somebody that's 22, 23 years old, I don't know what they think
Okay.
of it.
So my wife has no idea till I told her about the Cadillac Hotel. She knew nothing about it.
I love-
Really?
And she was born and raised here, but like,
Really?
no. I mean, she knew it was like an old building, but she didn't know what it was or how, you know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
I was telling her the old stories because, you know, the station was right there and Gussie worked there, so we would go over there and hang out. And she knew none of that stuff. She just knew it was an old building. That was it.
So do we? So all right. Does the reputation not travel as far as we
Maybe
thought it?
not.
It's hard to tell, you know? I mean, there was a lot of rundown places around there.
Yeah, but I mean that was the
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it was a hotel.
crown jewel. Yeah, I
and
mean,
it looked like it still.
252
Kind of.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the Hotel Cadillac Hotel, whatever you want to call it. The state announced yesterday they are designated money to make it an apartment complex. It's going to be 42 units, I believe, and a small branch of the Rochester Library, the Fine Arts Building Lofts. Are there other places in Rochester that had a bad reputation that became nice places to live, work, or
I mean,
eat?
there are some old buildings that they've turned into apartment buildings, but I guess I don't know what it was before or like what it was before it was so run down. So it's possible those places had like some type of reputation or some sketchy business going on.
You know, the one that jumps out to me right away
What's that?
is the Jenny Brew House. Not that area, not that building was bad, but that area was
It was just
always,
an industrial park, yeah.
But the neighborhood had a bad reputation.
Yeah.
People didn't go down there unless they had to, and that place is packed all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
And
either.
it there used to be a high-end restaurant right in that area.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was called a Portico.
Oh.
Like, you would not know this place was there. Inside that industrial park across the street was this gorgeous, really good, high-end Italian restaurant.
No kidding.
It freaked you out, but it must have been back from the heyday when all those executives went there and ate.
Sure. I mean, it also feels like the area around the Liberty Pole has become that place because there was.
Yeah,
a
they
time-
spruced that way up.
Yeah,
bro.
right? There is something about the history of a place, good or bad, in the greater Rochester area that will make it a draw. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, they revitalized Cornhill. Cornhill was run down for a long time.
Yeah, but when you moved out, everything got much better.
yeah, it did. It did.
I mean, look, anywhere you could afford to live when you got here was going to have to be spruced up. And that was just from the sheets you left behind. Yeah.
Well, you can thank your mom for that. Not
mean-
so funny now, is it?
I'm kind of jealous
What?
that you got to go see the inside of the Cadillac and have those experiences hanging out with Gussie
Yeah.
back in the day, right? Because you would hang out in the bar.
Yeah, so we would go in there and have drinks. Uncle Raj and those guys would go over there because the drinks were cheap. It was right across the street. You know, we had just moved into that building, so it was really cool. And Gussie and all these characters were just the amount of characters that walked through there was just hysterical.
I thought at one point they were talking about turning that lobby into a bar again.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought we had talked about it, but maybe that was just something that never panned out.
Because, like, I sit here and say I would have loved to have gone inside.
You would have.
But
You would have
I-
left your ass off.
Nah, well, I don't want to go in there and laugh at the people that are
You're
in
not
the-
laughing. I mean, these people are just, they're just characters.
You would have left your ass off. Not laughing.
But you know what I mean. There was just a million characters that came through there. Gussie was a character herself, you know.
Sure.
She got robbed one night there and kept eating her yogurt. And we watched it on the security camera.
But then comes the people that were actually living there. And,
Yeah,
David,
and that got rougher.
David Andrietta, who was writing for the DNC at the time, he had the intention of spending the night in the Cadillac Hotel because of all the stories.
He's going to write about it. Right?
You got it. And he did. He wrote an article, but he didn't make it the night. At the end of the day, he decided this place was far too dangerous for me to be. And he had taken pictures of the room he was in and some of the folks that agreed to talk to him. And it was fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
Fascinating. And, like, I really wish someone would have been able to take more pictures of the place.
Yeah.
To, like, preserve it. Because
There's
there's
really
There
not
has
a
to be
lot
some
out there.
around somewhere.
Like nothing where you could. I would say not until recently are there pictures of like what the inside of it looked like. So I don't know what you're describing. I have no idea what it looked like.
Because famous people
could
have stayed there back in the day that were coming through.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Look, I get that it was nice back in the day, but I'm more interested in what it became because there's also a lesson in that we shouldn't go back down again, right? Like, how does a place like that is so nice become a place, like as you described it, a flop house?
Yeah.
And how do how do I put it?
Because everybody left the city, right?
I guess what I'm asking is, how do you take care of the folks that need help without putting them in a situation that is dangerous for everybody all around?
Right.
That's the question you need to answer there, right? Like, how does it get to that point? What factors lead to, you can come in here, good luck?
Yeah, it's a flop house.
You know what I mean? And I mean, it affected the neighborhood around it, like
It
you
did.
said.
It all went downhill.
So, like, the fact that maybe none of that stuff was documented, maybe we lose that lesson. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
I really hope that I get to go check out the inside when they open these things up as apartments. And you know what? Why not put a bar down there?
Yeah, I don't see why not, especially because there are so many newer apartment buildings around that area. You'd think you'd attract a decent crowd.
Well, as long as you do $1.50 well shots, that was a deal, bro. You could get hammered in there for like $10.
Yeah, maybe that was part of the problem.
Well, not for me.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Jake. Jake says, my dad stayed there when he got back from the service in the 1970s. He says it wasn't as bad as everybody says it was.
Well, that was the 1970s. It was still probably not where it fell to.
That's another great question. Like, when did it get to the point where it was like, I'm not going in here anymore?
Oh, okay.
Because
by the time I moved here, it was kind of a dump.
yeah, I mean, like, you know me, man. There aren't a lot of places I'm afraid to go into. That was one of those places.
Well,
where
yeah, because you had people that were desperate.
Well, no, just because you were drinking there. There was no way
That too.
I was walking into a bar that allowed you to sit down and drink $1.50 well whiskey. Ugh. Ugh. All right, let's take a break. Summer job will get you a little extra money.
Oh, sure.
And when I say summer job, I mean adult part-time hours. Because you can do this part-time, make a lot of cash. They are desperate. But what works with this as well?
What's that?
Well, it's a little bit of a fantasy, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fantasy for you, saving lives. It's the ladies watching you. You become their fantasy.
Summertime.
And it's not the only job, Tommy,
Yeah.
that you can pick up a couple hours in the summertime where
Nice.
ladies would look at you a little bit different.
All right.
The female fantasy summer jobs. We'll get into it, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. You have a job to make some money and pay the bills.
Yeah.
But some jobs have benefits past the money you make.
Oh, yeah.
Jobs that the opposite sex see, and they want to get to know you a little better. And one of those jobs is in desperate need once again this summer.
What's that?
There are a handful of summer gigs, Tommy, including this one, that if you were to play your cards right,
Yeah.
not only could you get a little extra money, but a few interested ladies as well. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. If you listen to the break room on a regular basis, you know that somehow upstate New York has an insane amount of elected officials that get in serious trouble.
Yes.
And bizarre stories sometimes.
Yeah, the wheels just come off.
Yeah.
It's happened once again.
Oh.
And this one's pretty cut and dry. And this man
Yeah.
will not be losing his job. And in an effort
Yeah.
to try and stop this from happening, because something has to be done. This is getting obscene. I would like to present a solution.
Okay.
And it's easy.
Well,
It's cut and dry.
let's do it.
There would be no negotiation. And how this doesn't exist already is mind-blowing. And we'll get into it just after 7:30-ish here in the break room on CMF. They're on the lookout for lifeguards again, Tommy.
Oh, yeah. We coming up short?
Yep, the city of Rochester, once again, hiring lifeguards for the upcoming summer season. And as Tommy just said, it's been an issue for the past couple of years.
Yeah, they were pulling lifeguards out of retirement.
That's
at one
right.
point.
Yeah, also known as guy giving statement after tragedy. It was so bad.
How bad was it?
The last couple summers, they've had to cut back hours at some beaches and pools.
Yeah.
Some pools didn't even get to open due to lack of lifeguards.
And the kids suffer.
15 years and above, men and women are welcome to apply. But it's not just kids. They will happily take grown-ass lifeguards as well. And not only that, Tommy, the city is offering full lifeguard training, free,
All right.
for folks that want to do this. And it would be an easy way to get outside, make a few extra bucks this summer.
Sure.
But for guys, there may be another benefit.
Yeah.
You can get laid being a lifeguard, right?
I would think so.
So, see, here's the thing. Kimmy and I watch the Baywatch channel on Sling
Yeah.
every day after the show.
Yes, we do.
And Kimmy,
I feel like that, maybe not the most accurate lifeguard portrayal.
okay, here's the thing. Yes, most men don't have the bodies of David Hasselhoff. Who can? But being someone in a position of power,
Yeah.
ready to save a life if needed,
Yeah, you're a hero.
even if you weren't an Adonis, Tommy,
Yeah.
you would still impress a certain segment.
They have groupies.
252 WCMF. Is lifeguard a female fantasy job? A job that females would fantasize about men having?
I think yes, but I think it goes more the other way. I think guys have
Fantasize about men as lifeguards?
Yeah. No, fantasize about women as lifeguards.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, like, look at they're in every movie, like guys fake drowning to get saved by the hot lifeguard.
Yeah, but
right?
that's because chicks don't have to fake drowning. You can just go kiss them on the mouth.
I also think, I couldn't imagine being a teenager having this job because you know how you like romanticize about like those jobs you had, those part-time jobs you had over the summer as a kid. Like this has to be the ultimate make friends, hang out after hours.
Oh, yeah.
Group of people. Because you're hanging out at the beach and pool all day, and then you're gonna go hang out with those people later. Like that, you'd make the best memories, I bet, as a kid having this job.
I get that, and I understand for a kid it's a perfect summertime job.
Yeah.
But let's talk grown-ass people. Because
Right.
even if you have a full-time job, picking up a couple hours as a lifeguard in the summertime for some extra scratch is not the worst idea.
Oh, no, of course not.
And Tommy, if you are attracting the eyes of some ladies down
Yeah.
at the beach Tommy, you would think that this would be a fantasy for women,
Oh,
right?
yeah. I would be, yeah.
You know what the problem is?
What's that?
Kimmy's broken.
Why?
Because?
She sleeps with a firefighter every
Well, yeah,
night.
you don't count.
Like you get a fantasy you get like the number one women fantasy every
No,
night.
I think you're right. It would be a fantasy
No,
for
you can't
women.
pull it back now. My husband's better than all your stupid fantasies that you have.
I think it's a fantasy until you go to the beach or the pool and you're just getting yelled at the whole time.
Oh.
I didn't think about that.
Like that lifeguard starts yelling at your kid and you're like, hey, man,
You're out too far.
Walk. It's a walking pool. Walking.
you're going to spend
No
most of your time
diving.
scolding people.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's start a list.
Yeah.
Jobs guys can have in the summertime that women would see and start to swoon.
Ooh.
Women would fantasize about. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the power ranking of the summer female fantasy jobs. So we got lifeguard. Would you like to throw another one out there?
So I'm trying to think of like summer jobs, like landscaping.
Okay, let's go with landscaping.
Pool maintenance guy.
Okay, time out.
Juan the pool boy always gets
time out,
laid.
time out,
Tennis
time out.
instructor.
Okay, let's
People
go one.
are
Let's go one at a
interacting-
time here, you dick.
I got a lot of male fantasies in my head, man. They're just pouring out of me.
But how many people are interacting with pool boy or tennis instructor?
Rich people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your suggestion is for men to get part-time hours as a rich person's pool boy.
I would say any place you could hang around rich, bored women, you're going to get laid. So let's say you work at the country club. You're a caddy.
Okay.
You're working. They got tennis courts there. They got those paddle courts.
Okay.
Like you're an instructor. You're just working and hanging around.
So you're saying any part-time country club job?
I would think that's pretty good rich tailbait.
All right, here's the problem.
What?
Here's the problem with that. You go to the beach, you got women of all
You got
ages.
everybody.
Yeah.
You go to the country club,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have to bang some 70-year-old women.
Yeah, but you know what those broads got?
Ah.
See what I'm doing right here?
Their husband's money?
No, that's her vagina. Well, you know, what are you going to do to poor woman 70 years old?
No, I'm not talking
No,
about-
there's like middle age. There's hot looking. Bro, I guarantee you.
but we're talking like
there
a
are some
young guy
smoke
wanting these
show
jobs.
50-year-old broads in there that guys would pine over.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure you're
Please.
right. But in terms of like there being like just a whole bunch of people there every day that find you attractive or you find attractive, like that, the pool is small.
And
Okay.
here's,
Small.
here's the other problem with this. Like the job, lifeguard, for example, like
Yeah.
you could be a not good-looking guy and still have like, I have a cachet job. People are impressed that you're ready to save a life. You would have to be really good-looking to work at a country club
Yeah.
and catch the eye of these women. That's 90% of guys are not that guy. So that
True.
doesn't, I can't walk into a country club. Hello, 50-year-old rich lady. You want the ride of your life over here?
All right, so what do you got?
Okay, can I throw one out there?
Sure.
Construction work.
You
But
talking
you're
about like
not-
road construction guy?
Yeah,
Or?
or
I think
whatever.
you can catch the eye of women, but you're not interacting with a lot of people.
Okay, in
'Cause
Rochester,
you're doing a job.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. In Rochester, you're on the side of the road. People are driving by.
Yeah.
Rarely do you have like the downtown standing out in the
So you're
open.
talking about like
construction
working
work.
at somebody's house?
I would say
Like
any.
construction,
Okay.
remodeling guy?
I would say any kind of construction. Tight jeans, big boots, and a hard hat. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Glistening chest.
Look, I agree.
So the guy's shirtless, working at a construction site?
I've seen like landscapers shirtless.
Okay, so are we gonna lump landscapers in with construction workers?
Well, I thought you were talking about like personal jobs at people's homes.
All right, let's do that together. Like the
Right.
physical construction, landscaping jobs. Kimmy, would that be a fantasy for women?
I think it's kind of goes along the country club lines though. Like you have to be in shape and good looking helps. I don't know if like the average dude is catching anybody's eye.
Okay, but what about the woofy bear construction workers? Like the
All
little,
right. But if
The woofy bear.
the
Well, like
bigger
big-
dudes,
big- just-
hairy beard.
that
Oh,
okay,
bears,
that might be a
okay.
fantasy for some women,
Calm
especially if
down.
you look like you know what you're doing.
Right? It's a
All
big,
right.
big old strong man going to protect you in the warm nights of the summertime from bears and other such critters.
So any handyman in the summertime, really?
Well, so that's it. I mean, like
Electricians, plumbers, anybody that's
Well,
coming over
no,
working in your house. I mean, they could look good.
That's different because, like, with construction and landscaping, you're out there doing
Seasonal.
physical
All
things. Your plumber, you're just looking at a guy's ass crack.
All right.
With all
What
due
about
res-
utility guy?
Like a
Kinda
guy who
falls
can play
under the
third and
same-
first base?
Yeah, yeah.
No, what do you mean utility guy?
Well, he's working. He's like RG&E guy, cable guy. They're out on poles.
The cable
Well, they're
guy?
on the road working.
Okay.
And you would see them.
Here's what I'm starting to understand based on this discussion, 252 WCMF, with this story that the city is once again looking for lifeguards, and they're taking adults, right? Like, pick up a couple hours part-time and be a female fantasy man. You don't know what women are attracted to.
No man does.
No.
We would have better luck as a species if you knew.
No, but here's the thing. Lifeguard makes sense.
Yeah,
Construction worker makes sense. Landscaper makes sense. Guy who hooks up my cable and reads my meter?
You want that guy more than a regular guy.
Why?
I need my cable.
I think
He's
I'm
doing it
gonna
based...
go out on a limb and say cable guy shows up your door and you're ready to bitch at him at any moment.
Yeah, guy
You know,
from
and, like, that
RG&E
poor-
just gets screamed
Yeah,
at.
those poor guys, like they have to deal with so much like
Well, I'm thinking all those guys
criticism.
deal with the public.
And,
All right, how about this guy?
All right, if it's another porn one, I'm going to be very upset.
Not a porn one, but what if you work like at Seabreeze or Darien Lake or any of these like summer outdoor joints?
oh, like if you work like the prize, like a game or
no,
something
you would just
like
work
that.
the area. I mean, you just work at those places. They're outdoor areas where they, because don't forget those guys have lifeguards too, because
Yep.
they got the water park,
Okay,
all that
lifeguard
stuff.
works.
So like, but those amusement park
Ride
places.
operator.
No, like there's like a million people to work at those.
But
things.
I'm saying outside of Lifeguard, what would a woman see in a man, a grown man working at a place like that where they'd be like, ooh.
I'll tell you what, you're nice to kids.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
you're
great with
handling
kids.
and that's a sexy thing to a woman that you can interact well with children.
Yeah, I think the smartest thing to do this summer would be run up to a woman and yell, I handle kids.
Well, you don't say that. You just put it on your name tag. I'm Bob. I love children.
Okay. Maybe not someone at Seabreeze or Darien Lake, but you have struck something else. Let's throw in a sneaky one.
Camp counselor.
Or youth sports coach.
Oh, youth sports coach is a good one, everybody.
See, I know fantasies, bro.
Yep.
I know.
Well, that
ladies
is a
fan-
big porn
A
fantasy.
T-ball
one.
coach, especially if you played a little ball yourself, you know.
You never looked at latex soccer moms?
God, why would you
What is
need those
wrong
two
with
things
you?
together?
You do.
You don't.
You do.
How you even the ball's just gonna slide right off you.
Well, there ain't no. Well, the ball's not in the room.
Got that.
The younger the kids that you're coaching, the more adorable.
Yeah. Okay. Pee-wee stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're a guy in like your 20s or early 30s and you're out there with kids that aren't yours, okay,
Yep.
now I know it sounds bad what I'm saying, but you get
No,
what I
know,
mean,
but
right?
you're volunteering your time. You enjoy like teaching kids sports.
I mean, there have to be, Kimmy, way more secret coach-parent relationships than we know about in the greater Rochester area. Just the amount of time that some of these single moms will spend taking their kids to and from practice, right?
Okay.
I mean,
Develop
yeah.
that relationship.
Are you a bad person if you get a youth sports job just to meet single moms?
No.
I wasn't asking you because I already knew
Well,
your
who you
answer.
asking?
I don't know. As long as you're doing the job, I say no. Like
So
as
your
long as you're
motivation,
showing
though.
up and being a coach in a spot where you're needed.
But your real motivation is just
To
to
get laid.
get some action.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but Kimmy, here's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
what women would be attracted to, the fantasy of it is they're taking care of my kid.
Yeah.
But that's not your motivation.
No,
your
but
motivation is
you're-
not to
but
be
you-
there for the kids. Your motivation is to get
But
laid.
you are there taking care of the kid.
Okay. All right, so I
I
guess.
mean, you've probably done
Like working at the
worse
Y and
stuff
places
to
like
try
that.
to meet people.
yeah, no, I mean, I think that would work.
Youth camps, like you said.
Yeah.
Those day camps.
But I will say this. Most
Most of
camp
those are like
counselors are like
teenagers.
teenagers. If
Yeah.
I saw like a 35-year-old man who was like a camp counselor, that would throw me. That would.
Okay. But with that college kid.
Yeah, but
Right.
again, like college can get laid on his own.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I think what we're trying to, the disconnect here is we're not really getting the details we need, what makes a fantasy.
Okay.
Like the tiny details that women fantasize about in the summer jobs. Is it lack of clothing, Kimmy? Does that do it for
Lack
you
of
ladies?
clothing helps. I think especially with the lifeguard thing, it's the fact that like my life is in your hands.
Okay.
Like you are saving lives. You're there to
They're a hero.
You're there to help people. You're there to do good. I think that helps too.
Okay, so
the
you're
idea
saying-
of like your purpose is to be a hero.
So you're saying whether that dude is all cut up, jacked up,
Kind
or
of like that damsel in distress feeling.
so even a guy with a dad bod can get laid as a
I think
lifeguard.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I'm trying to think of other jobs where you're perceived to take care of people while you're on the job. And I think like the kind of youth sports coach falls under that category because you're there to like take care of somebody's child.
Okay. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, we're talking about summer jobs that would be ladies' fantasies with this story that they're looking for lifeguards again for the city of Rochester.
Yeah.
They'll take adults. They want adults. If you want to do it, they will also give you free training.
Oh.
Part-time gig and meeting some ladies. Lady Jamie writes us, I like the sheriff's guys on the boats. When I'm out on my boat, they are very sexy. Those are just cops. They're cops. Cop is already fantasy.
Yeah, but it's
Just out
water
for a
cop.
spin.
Water cop.
Water cop.
You know my dad did that job back in the day? On the
Yeah,
sheriff.
he had the hair for it, man.
Well, bro,
I bet
He's got
do they-
Baywatch hair
Do
back
they
in the
fight
day.
over that job? Because it seems like
You'd
a
have
race
to,
weekend.
man.
I was a baby, so
Yeah.
I might not even been born yet. But, his hair product is the reason why Lake Ontario was so polluted in the 80s. It's true. All that green algae
Yeah.
from the LA Looks gel he was using back in 1984. All right, we got more Facebook messages. Sarah writes us, the construction workers that are actually working are sexy. I don't care how good you look. If you're just standing around, I'm moving
You're
on
the
to the
flag
next
guy.
one. I know you're sexy, but my taxes pay your salary. How do we always get the
I don't
taxes?
know.
Yes.
Okay, going back to that.
Yeah.
Kimmy, you said the skimpier the better.
Well, I think that helps. I think being a protector in some way. I'm
Okay.
trying to think
All right.
of jobs where you'd be, making sure everything's safe, everybody's good.
Okay, Kimmy, there are a lot of men who want to believe that doing hard work is a turn on for women. Like look at the value I'm giving you.
Backbreaking work.
Yeah, so like the construction worker or the landscaping. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think, again, it's taking care of something. It's,
Okay.
yeah.
Giving back to Mother Earth.
By paving it?
By landscape. Throwing some mulch down.
Okay. So hard work when it comes to like guys looking good is kind of a double-edged sword. Because yes, you're showing your value, whatever muscles you have, they're rippling in the summer sun. But you're also going to get really sweaty.
And smelly.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be grimy.
I can't tell if women are turned on by sweaty guys or if they want to avoid sweaty guys.
I think there's a delicate balance of sweaty we're talking.
Okay.
Because I think you're right.
It looks good on paper.
Yeah. I think like when you're peeling off your socks
Yeah.
and they're dripping wet, that's when it's gone too far.
Yeah. It probably looks good on television.
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
If I can smell your shoes from a mile away.
Yeah.
Does your wife like you sweaty?
I don't sweat.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
You sissy-ass bitch. Kimmy.
I don't smell.
Okay, that's great.
Kimmy, do I ever smell?
I've never smelled you.
See? How many years?
10 years probably.
That's a hell of a run.
10 years no smell?
Because you used to smell. You used to smoke.
Oh, excuse me.
Bro, you used to walk in here, Charlie Ashtray, bro.
Charlie Ashtray?
Bro, you did two of the grossest things in the morning when you first hung out here. Smoke and ate sushi first thing in the morning, man.
Oh, well, you talking about my smoking sushi?
My God, you smelled like a Japanese fisherman.
Kimmy.
Like you were on a whaling boat.
Kimmy, do you like your husband sweaty?
No.
So
I will say he's also somebody who, like, when he comes home from a workout or a run, he loves to just sit around in his own sweat for a while.
Oh,
And I'm
no.
like, go freaking take
Wait, on
a
the furniture?
shower. Yes. Yes.
She yells at me for having bare ass on the couch.
Listen, it's a battle. It's a losing battle in my house because I used to just be like, can you just, like, don't put, like, a towel down before you sit on that? Because it's all just seeping into the furniture. And
You got to freeze it or something.
it's terrible.
Do you have leather furniture or fabric
You
furniture?
got fabric.
We have both. So, and the chair he always sits in is like a worn leather kind of.
Hey.
That's okay. The leather's fine.
Oh, my God. That chair's going to smell like a ball sack.
You would know.
I've smelled my ball sack.
I thought you said you didn't smell.
Well, when
Ah!
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
was a Florida boy.
Move to strike.
I think that's part of what bugs me is I know he's going to be sweaty for a long time.
Okay. So no then.
Yes.
All right, so let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Because like, we should talk about the fantasy thing and like getting a job
Yeah.
to meet women, right? Like, do you think that men would be okay with just flirting in jobs like this? Or do you have to close the deal to make it worth it?
Oh, I think some flirting goes a long way for guys, even if it doesn't lead to anything.
Okay.
I mean, you can still work that into your afternoon rotation.
No,
you know
I
what
didn't.
mean?
What I'm asking,
What?
you dick.
What? Would flirting be enough?
Is that enough of a what's what I'm trying to find here? Is the flattery of
Motivation.
women finding you attractive enough of a motivation?
I think so. For guys, absolutely, because most guys don't get that very often.
Okay, so you're saying you don't even have to close the deal for you to make this
Right.
worth it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like
Just
that
a
fantasy.
confidence boost.
Yeah, that's got some hang time.
Do women have that same? I mean, I feel like women are more that way. Like just the flirting from a guy they find attractive is enough. They don't need to be.
Yeah, I
all-
think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
So are men?
for most people.
Is that something that men won't say out loud? That I'm okay just being flirted with to make myself feel good. I don't have to close
You
this
don't
deal.
even have to be like attracted to that person.
Yeah, I think so.
That is weird. You have that, right? Like even if it's a woman that I'm not like if some like old lady is like
Which is very nice to you.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh wow, hey.
It really goes a long way.
God, when did this went from like the sexiest break ever to be like, hey, just be nice to his guy. I like,
Just smile.
I like it when you say nice things to my face when I'm doing my Lifeguard. All right, everybody on hold, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. We rambled for too long. We're going to solve one of the worst problems in upstate New York
Fantastic.
because time and time again,
What happened?
for whatever reason,
Yeah.
we see these politicians in towns, and it runs a gamut. It goes from tiny politician all the way up to some of the most powerful in our region. Do stuff illegal, immoral, gross.
Yeah.
Yet, for some reason, they either get to keep their jobs or the process of removing them takes years, backflips, money, all this stuff. There is another man in the news this morning, and we're going to tell you about what he did. We're going to tell you about why he gets to keep his job,
Yeah.
and we're going to give you a solution. And Tommy, it's the simplest of all the solutions, but something has to be done to make this stop. Because if we can't trust you to follow the law,
Well, you got to follow the law.
how can we trust you to be a leader? Is that fair?
Yeah, but we see, like you said, it's so.
Guys like you are the problem. You just go, hey, what are you going to do? When you can't do something.
But sometimes, like I see, like that guy running, I go, hey, he's pretty good at that job.
Oh, my
though.
God. How do you know?
We got a guy right now that's got booted for being a creep that's looking to get another big job. And I'm
Again?
going, I think he's the guy.
No, you think he's the guy that gets elected or the one that would do the best job?
I think both.
You don't know that. You don't even pay attention.
He did a good job.
Till he had to resign.
Till he got busted.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see WCMF. It's a very simple concept, Thomas.
What's that?
If you're convicted, you're out.
Oh.
For most of us,
Yeah.
if we were convicted of a crime, even one that had nothing to do with our jobs,
Yeah.
our employment would be in jeopardy.
Hey, we get the boot.
But for whatever reason, the most important jobs in our community don't have this clause.
Yeah.
And if we were to implement this, well, maybe we in the break room wouldn't have to tell you every 2 weeks of another elected official that is once again in trouble.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF right now.
Or no?
You can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com.
We're going to win.
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Live and Collective Soul Saturday, July 26th at Darien Lake Amphitheater, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Just after 7:45 this morning, big changes coming to Innovative Field for the Red Wings season. And here's the thing, Kimmy, you may be right with your take here that there's a segment of the population that is going to be furious about this. But it makes life in these places
so much easier.
in like 10 different ways.
Yeah.
To go into the ballpark.
Yes.
Right.
And we'll tell you what the change will be just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Do you feel like taking a trip east?
Let us take a trip.
All right, we are going to Hector, New York.
Hector?
Ever heard of it?
I don't know.
It's about
Heard of it. I have no idea where it is on a map.
All right, so it's about an hour and 15 minutes from here on the eastern shores of Seneca Lake. It is one of the last spots going east that WCMF gets picked up.
Oh.
Hello, Hector.
Yeah.
In Hector
What happened?
lives the town supervisor. His name is Justin Boyette. And Justin is going to jail.
Oh.
What jail?
Back in February of 2024, Boyette was in a car crash on 414. And it turns out he was driving under the influence.
Okay.
He was originally charged with felony DWI, but was convicted of driving while ability impaired. Because of that, he will be doing 15 days in jail. The town supervisor of Hector, New York, will be spending 15 days in jail for driving while ability impaired.
In a slam.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that sounds pretty harsh for a conviction, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that may be because this is his third drunk driving offense.
So he's got some priors.
The town supervisor of Hector, New York, is on his third drunk driving offense.
All right.
What is the population of Hector, New York?
It's just under 5,000.
Okay.
By the way, this gentleman, also on account of this charge, he's got a 90-day license suspension, which means he'll need a ride to his job as town supervisor.
And he's going to need a boatload of money.
Oh, yeah, he also gets
Oh,
suspended.
that's going to cost him a lot of money.
By the way, if you need a ride to your job as town supervisor, probably something you don't want to put on an election site. Vote for Justin. Please give me a ride.
Give me a lift.
He also has to pay a $500 fine on top of all the lawyer's fees that he hears. So here's where it gets interesting, Tommy. When Supervisor Josh is all done with his 15-day jail sentence and his 90-day license suspension, and when he pays his $500 fine for his third drunk driving offense, he's going to go right back to being the town supervisor of Hector.
Well, he's elected, so, I mean, they have to boot him out.
Oh, and that's just
I was going to say, is that also because nobody else wants to do the job?
don't have the info there.
Yeah.
Town officials confirmed this week that he will keep his job. And when those same town officials from Hector, New York were asked for comment, they declined. Probably because they were busy trying to figure out who was going to give the town supervisor a ride to work that week.
Yeah.
Working out the schedule.
Anybody going west?
3 drunk driving offenses.
Yeah.
A crash. 15 days in jail. And he's going right back to running the town.
You know, it's amazing.
What?
I could have been a town supervisor.
Ha!
I could
You're
keep up with this
dressed.
guy.
You are dressed like you could be a town supervisor.
And apparently
you have the
I drink
outfits.
like one.
No, he doesn't tuck his polo shirts in. He can't be a town supervisor. Can I make a proposition?
Good.
So we know,
Yeah.
based on the stories we've discussed over the last decade, that now probably over 100. There are plenty of small-town elected officials in our area who have gotten in tons of trouble.
Oh, yeah.
That have been convicted of crimes. And then they go right back to their important jobs because for some reason in the state of New York, it is impossible to remove elected people. How many people in New York would have a problem with a statewide law if you are convicted of a crime, you are automatically dismissed from your office? I don't
Which
care.
means you immediately had to host
Pack
elections.
up and go.
Yeah, done. Or whoever is second in command now takes over because there's always somebody that is standing
Until the end of
behind
your
you.
term.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Look, don't care what you do.
Right.
Don't care what the crime is. Above a speeding ticket, if you are arrested and convicted,
You had to be convicted.
you are out. Would either of you in this room have an issue with
No, because I think that's the way that we always thought the world worked to begin with.
Yeah.
Till we found out different.
it? Okay. Kimmy, would you have an issue with that?
Nope.
All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And it feels like the only way because, look, I know nothing about Hector, New York. I've driven through it a couple of times. But I'm going to assume, based on other stories we've seen like this, Tommy, the town officials don't want this guy removed because either A, they're all friends, or B, they're members of the same political party. And that seems to be a constant in all of these stories.
But then just find somebody else from the party, right?
Well, but that's not an elected person. You can't just install somebody.
But I'm saying, like,
this
well,
isn't fascist Italy.
Okay, but somebody from the party is going to be taking over if they're second in command, most likely, right?
I don't know how small town stuff works. I don't know if there's an election for supervisor, deputy supervisor, if somebody's appointed. I'm not sure.
All right, so you just say basically you get convicted of a crime, you get booted from the gig.
Yes.
And then you hold elections or whatever.
Or whoever takes over is second takes over.
Can that person run again for election in the next cycle?
That's an interesting question.
Because, I mean, I would think, is there a law if you're a convicted criminal you can't run for certain offices, but some you could?
No, I don't. It's a good question. I don't know of any, but again, I'm not like a.
I think you should be able to. I think you should be allowed to run again.
So we have seen,
and then the people get what they want.
We have seen stories of people. Part of their plea deals are agreeing to never run for that specific elected office. We've seen it for judges for a couple of times. Part of like the dismissal. So wait a minute. If somebody is convicted of a crime, and dismissed from their office because of that crime,
they're booted out.
You feel that person should be allowed to run again?
Yeah, and then let the people decide because it's the people's choice, right? And the people want that person. That's the government they want.
Okay.
So, I mean, that to me is what this is all about.
I get where you're coming from, but I'm going to counterpoint that.
Yeah.
All right, a small town, right? Let's go use Hector or Victor or any other you want to use. There are a tiny fraction of the people of that town that vote in the election.
Yeah.
Right? Most of those people know the folks personally.
Right.
That could affect that.
True.
Just my buddy.
But that's the environment they live in. It's a small town, and that's the politics you get. That's the government you get.
All right, here's where if we're going to negotiate the law that we are going to implement statewide, all right, I am happy to concede, sure, they can run again. If you give me, they're booted on conviction. Do we have a deal?
Oh, yeah.
But they can only run again when the next term comes up.
Right, the next election cycle. And I think that's a fair way to do it.
Done.
Because if you still want that guy with all that baggage, then you deserve the government you vote for.
Okay, that's a fair statement.
And then you also have to live with it, man. So don't come bitching to me because it went south, but you knew all the time that this guy had the potential.
Done.
I think that's a fair way to run this country.
How are the stupidest people on the planet able to figure this out in this room?
I don't know.
No, bitch, come on! Come on!
Yeah.
Kimmy, you were going to say something before I started yelling. Come on.
No, everything you're saying makes sense in my mind. I don't. Unless there's some major thing we're missing as to why you couldn't do that.
Look, here's the thing. Again, as we talk about this town supervisor in Hector, it's an hour and 15 minutes away from us. It's right where WCMF loses its power.
Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Right where we peter out.
Again, he was convicted of a DWAI, initially charged with a DWI after a crash in 2024. He got 15 days in jail because this is his third drinking and driving offense. He's also got a 90-day suspended sentence and a $500 fine. But when he comes out of jail, the 15 days when he's done, he goes right back to being the town supervisor. The officials of the town said that he will keep that job when asked for comment.
On a bicycle.
When asked for comment, they said no comment, which also pisses me off.
Yeah, of course.
Look, man, if you want to stand by your man, tell me why.
Well, I'd like to, but, it's an ongoing investigation.
No, it's not, actually. He was convicted, 15 days in jail, fine, 90-day suspended license.
Do you think, though, by doing this and saying you're convicted, you're out, would it lead to, because we talked about how everybody knows everybody, everybody's kind of friends in the same circle.
Sure.
Would it lead to, though, less convictions of somebody that has committed a crime because you want to save their job?
So you're saying the judge is going to be in the back pocket? Okay, that's a valid
or
question.
they're never arrested, or I don't know.
Valid
Like
question.
I just think it could lead to some sketchy behavior if you're trying to do that guy a favor. Maybe.
But I'll counterpoint that. We're already
Probably happening anyways.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're already seeing sketchy
Yeah.
behavior. Look at the situation that happened with the Greece Police Department when the police chief got in that accident where he was driving on 3 wheels and we didn't hear.
Everybody's covering their ass.
Exactly. Like that stuff is already happening. How many judges have we talked about that got in trouble for handing soft sentences to people they knew? There was that judge we talked about 2 weeks ago who was removed from the bench because a friend of his wanted a parking ticket dismissed.
Oh, that's right.
But didn't want to show up to court, so he made a police officer in the room stand as his friend.
A stunt double.
Dismissed the ticket and said he did it for justice. That was his quote.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Kimmy,
Move the system along.
valid question.
But would it make it worse?
Can it get worse? Can it get worse?
Yeah, because, I mean, then, for instance, in this story we're talking about, maybe that guy never gets pulled over or they let him go.
Here's the thing. We see that also happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk like that.
But
I'll see
you
that.
asked, can it get worse? And I guess it could. It can always get worse.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, how you doing this morning?
Good,
What
man.
a beautiful day it is.
Yes.
Listen, all of these towns in central New York and all over are all one party. And the same people are elected every single time they run because that's just the way it is. So if somebody's found guilty of something, somehow they're going to get reelected again.
Okay.
So it's all bull.
Frank, now listen. I understand your frustrations, and maybe you're right. But at least, like Tommy said, it gives us the opportunity to say, we had the chance, and this is what we want. Do you know what I mean? Because, it's very hard in local elections to find out the information you need to know about somebody simply because we either don't have the time or that information doesn't float.
Yeah.
So if something happened...
Well, it wouldn't be... Look, guy, it wouldn't be. You could have all the information you want, but you're not going to get. You're not going to make any difference. You're going to get elected again if you're something like that.
It's very cynical, Frank.
Frank,
You're normally the breath of fresh air. You're being very cynical this morning.
Well, I don't mean to be, but that's just the way it is.
All right. And you know why?
What's that?
Because Frank said so.
That's it.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Frank,
Yes,
go.
I don't mean to blow your cool here, but that's just the way it is.
Frank, why don't you go run for something?
The same people.
You go run for
I'm
something.
too
I'll vote
old
for
to
you.
run
I'm
for
going to vote for you, Frank. You and your 5 houses and your prostate, all that stuff.
Nobody to elect me for dog catcher.
Frank, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Look, I get it. Maybe
Small
Frank
town
is,
politics.
and maybe Frank is right. Maybe Frank is right.
Yeah, all those country tunes.
But at least it gives us an opportunity to say, hey, I'm not going to stand for this. We're not going to stand.
Yeah, and you get a chance,
Right
right? To vote for somebody else.
Exactly. Yes. And you know
To fix it.
It may also give people more of a motivation to participate in local politics.
Okay.
Because we know that when it comes to elections, the least participated in are the ones that are for town supervisor.
Yeah, there you go,
or-
unopposed.
But all of a sudden, when that town supervisor or board member or judge shows up in the news, everybody's like, bah! Well, if I have an opportunity to go tell that guy how I feel, maybe I'm more likely to go do it.
I agree, Pat.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Donna. Hello, Donna.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going all right. I don't really care about the government thing. All I know is my fiancé, after his third DWI, lost his license for 5 years, got back a restricted license, got an Intoxilock in his truck for 5 more years, and I'm not quite sure why he gets a 90-day suspension.
Oh, look, I mean,
Hey,
I
did you marry that guy?
said fiance.
I know. Are you marrying him?
Maybe.
That's a lot of baggage on a fiance, bro. He's got an interlock breathalyzer,
And that's on the wedding night, too.
a
Only
honeymoon
got
blow.
4 years, but that's a long-ass time to be busted for 3, and I don't know why he gets off with 90 days.
Now, Donna, again, I would love to be cynical, Frank, on this one. I don't have any more information. I don't know anything about Hector. All I know about this guy that we're talking about is that he's got 3 drunk driving arrests, and he's doing 15 days in jail. I wish I can give you more stuff, Donna. That's all I got.
No, that's all I got.
All right,
Thanks,
Donna.
guys.
Hey, good luck with the wedding.
Yeah, sounds like a real catch.
He's good. He can't drink now.
Well, he can.
They all say that.
Donna, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. That call was actually a problem past the actual problem.
Yes.
Because it immediately starts with, I don't care about the government. Here's what happened to my fiance.
Yes.
You should.
You should.
And I'm not trying to get
I think she was trying to make a point
I get it,
of
yeah.
like having that job and how do you
But you don't know the background of either of those cases.
Yes,
man.
I understand where she's coming
Yeah.
from. I just what are we going to say to
Right.
that? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But I guess what stands out to me is I don't care about the government. This is my personal life thing that I want to tell you
Yeah.
about. And maybe that's the other problem here
Yeah.
is that you don't realize
Most people would just care about themselves and their problems.
But your problems can be exacerbated
Oh, they sure can, Bob.
by bad local politicians.
Yeah.
The most important elections in your community are the ones that affect you
The
directly.
local.
And all politics are local. But the local are the most
write
local.
that down,
the local
bro.
are the most local,
That's
Tommy.
like a T-shirt.
I mean, look, man, like in all sincerity,
Yeah.
The only politicians' names we know locally, town, judges, are the ones that get in trouble.
Yeah, the big personalities, yes. And they usually get in trouble.
That's what I mean,
Yeah.
right? Like, you can't name your own town supervisor.
Larry Petrowski.
Again,
doing a hell of a job.
I have asked you this 45 times. You've had years to just Google it. You can't even tell me if it's a man or a woman.
You know what? I don't like to judge. I don't like to label, these days.
But you can name 3
Well,
towns.
actually, never mind. I
Was
don't
it?
know. I'm not going to say because I don't know.
I thought it was
if
the
that's-
village mayor,
Oh,
that story,
okay.
but I could be
It
wrong.
was a different position? Okay.
But the point I'm making is you can name 3 other town supervisors right now only because they've gotten in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, what does that say?
I don't know. I'm easily entertained.
I mean, we got 2 situations right now within the greater Rochester area.
What we got?
There are accusations at Irondequoit where the town supervisor is saying that he did not do anything worth being
He's the one that
removed.
made the hot dog comment?
Allegedly.
supposedly? Yeah.
Allegedly, yes.
Yeah.
And then you got, scandal after scandal in the town of Greece.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Things that are happening over and over again. You know that guy's name. Hell, you even know where his ranch is.
Oh, yeah. Or at least I know how to find it.
And look, I get that we are not important enough to make any kind of
No.
difference to anyone's opinion here.
we're not.
And I'm not trying to sound like that guy. I don't mean to stand up on a soapbox. But for God's sakes, can't we make it a little bit easier to get rid of people that are doing things wrong, that are making the most important decisions?
I think you should.
Fix it! Fix it!
But
My
you know what's going to happen?
taxes!
They'll get reelected.
Yeah. I have a
You're going to
funny
do all
feeling.
that,
All right.
and that son of a bitch is going to be sitting in that desk
I
again.
guess, though, at least it opens the door for somebody to,
Oh,
to
sure,
come
it
in
does.
And give it a go.
But people are creatures of habit, man.
But again,
I'm
like you,
comfortable with that guy. He did a solid for me. He's my boy.
like you said,
Or gal. Gals are crooked, too.
you made your soup. Now you can stew in it.
Yeah.
Fine. There was nothing else we
And
could
I think
do.
that's the way you do it.
Okay. No,
No, I think you boot them and put it to the people.
put it to the people.
That's what this country's all about, Pat.
Or
the people.
so we thought.
What?
Let's take a break.
What?
There are big changes coming to Innovative Field this year.
Yeah, so what are they doing?
Well,
More chow?
well, no, they always have more chow. In fact, their kickoff party, I believe, is on Friday. Go down and get ready for the season.
Mhm.
Right? But if you go buy food or beer or tickets or parking,
Yeah.
it's going to be different.
Okay.
And Kimmy has a very valid point because when you think of community baseball, there's a large segment of the population who are set in their way.
Old school.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But
They like things a certain way, Pat.
Kimmy, you know this.
I've been sitting in this seat for years, and I want it the same way it's always been.
But anybody that has been to a stadium within the last 5 years knows this makes life so
Oh, yeah.
much easier.
Quicker, easier for everybody involved.
We'll tell you the change coming next here at the break room on CMF. All you angry folks, hear us out.
Yes, what's going on?
Hear us out. Big changes coming to
Oh.
Innovative Field for this upcoming Red Wings baseball season. And I know nobody likes change.
You're saying it's going to make things easier.
Bro, I am telling you, despite the fact that baseball amongst all the sports is the most traditional
Oh, yeah.
and gets the loudest when anything is different, this will make your life great at the ballpark.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think hate.
Yep. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. A woman who is blaming teenagers for everything, despite the fact that the story she is writing us about
No.
had nothing about teenagers.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. It was announced yesterday
Yeah.
as your Rochester Red Wings gear up for their upcoming season.
Oh, I can't wait, man. Grab my cash and head out to the old ballpark. With
Innovative-
some legal tender. This is right on the bill.
Innovative Field
Yeah.
will officially be completely cashless this season.
What?
That's right. It goes for inside the stadium. It goes for parking. You will not be able to use any greenbacks or coins at any part of the baseball stadium.
How am I supposed to pay with your new crypto park?
Well, no, it's just it's a card. Use a card.
All right. No cash.
No cash. Only card.
How do I tip your dad?
So don't tip my dad. Why would you? By
He's
the way,
not serving you.
he'll take your credit card.
I mean, the sign he was holding says tips.
No, he meant steak tips.
Oh,
Yeah.
sirloin tips.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I love how you're going to play the angry old man here when you're the one who uses cash the
I
least
know.
in this room. Kimmy,
Yeah.
your name is not Kimmy. Your concern with
Yeah.
this policy change is
I mean, I think
Sucks.
baseball of all sports, because I think this is one of the few places left that hasn't gone that way. Because most of the sporting events I've been to, even at like the collegiate level, are all cashless now.
Okay.
My concern is, especially with old baseball fans, they've been doing it this way forever, and they're not going to want to change.
Yeah, what's the average age of a if you went to a day game Tuesday day game?
Yeah.
What do you think the average age of that person is in the fan?
so. You know,
It's got to be 55.
I don't
plus.
know. No, it's hard to tell because I get we all have this image of like the curmudgeon-y guy in a dirty old 1985 Red Wings baseball cap.
Yeah.
But
Those guys are like your age.
yeah.
Yeah, but as I'm saying, I'm a senior citizen.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm saying I'm going to say the average is 55 plus.
I
Yeah.
would say 40 in the middle of the day because
Middle of the day. Who's 40 with the middle of the
I
day?
would
You're
say
a
like
bum.
day games, you're probably older and slightly
Day
older.
game.
'cause you're not-
Tuesday day game.
Kimmy, you're not considering all the folks that come over, have lunch, watch a little baseball, and go back.
But you're getting more of the retirement crowd that would have the time to do that.
Okay, maybe. Look, I get it. I get what you're saying. Sorry.
No, he's sorry.
I
I worked hard for my money, and it says legal tender on that bill. That's an American dollar.
I would also ask how much those guys are spending if they're going every day game. Like those guys aren't, the folks that are going to spend more are the ones that go not as
Occasionally,
often.
with
Yeah.
their families.
If you got season tickets, what are you buying when you're inside? You're probably bringing your own peanuts. Be that guy.
Can you? Well, you can't bring stuff in, can you?
I don't think so.
Maybe, I don't know. Check all policies before entering Innovative Field. All right.
Yeah.
If you are angry about this, I want you to hear me out.
All right.
I was once like you. I used to bring cash to Bills games, and that's how I would spend my money, and that's how I kept from overspending my money
Right.
on things like beer and football jerseys. That being said, when they moved to strictly cashless with Sabres games and Bills games,
Yeah.
everything got so much easier.
Tap
Wait,
here,
so the
boop,
Bills
add tip,
game-
boop, done.
So the Bills concessions is all cashless
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, you can't spend cash inside the stadium.
I did not know.
You
that.
can't spend cash to pay for parking.
Damn.
Say with the Red Wings.
So what are you going to do with all those old Italian guys
Yeah.
that have been holding on to those contadina tomato paste cans in their backyard full of wads of cash from the 1970s?
Go spend it at whatever Italian restaurant you want
They
to go
don't
to.
take it.
No.
They all went to your crypto version.
There's no Red only takes cash unless you want card, which you'll take that too. No, look, man. The beer line moves so much faster. The food line moves so much faster. The souvenir line moves so. I'm telling you, there is never a line for beer that lasts more than 3 minutes at Highmark
They
Stadium
get you
anymore.
through really quick.
Boop, 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 boop,
All right.
boop, boop,
Very
boop. You just move
efficient.
it. It is unbelievably easy. You want this. Trust me, you want this.
I don't want to be Dan Mason, a general manager.
Yeah, not
well, neither
not
would I.
on the-
He's only like 5'7".
Not in like the first few games because he's gonna hear it
Oh.
all. What do you mean I can't use my money? It's money.
Yeah, everybody's I'm out. I'm
You
out.
don't want my money?
Yeah, you know they're gonna bitch.
Okay.
I wonder. Go ahead.
No, after you go.
I was going to say, I wonder if going cashless, because I'm sure that they know now that so many places have changed. I wonder if you see people getting tipped more or less.
Oh, good question. Well, I mean, it does give you the option.
It gives you the option to like tip the exact
you can hit
20% or whatever.
Yeah, the percentage.
Yeah, on the machine.
For me, I feel like I would tip more with that because the chances of me having like the exact
they don't even
dollar
pay the tax
amount
on
and
it
stuff.
anymore.
Well, no, this would force them to pay the tax on it because it's going through the machine.
But
Now
then
they got to pay the
again-
taxes on it.
Yeah, but then again, I could also see people making the argument like they're not. I don't know.
Well, you don't even have to count the change anymore. You just hand me the beer. What the hell am I tipping you for? I can go behind that counter. Why don't I pour my own damn beer if I get no cash?
Okay,
Because
look.
you're not physically putting the money into the jar that maybe people tip less because you can't see it.
By the
I
way,
don't know.
they can see it on the screen. If you hit
know.
the button, people.
I don't
folks
think people know that.
No, you should know. They can see it if you decide not to tip and you hit the no tip button.
Yeah, you say no, right?
Yeah, they can see it on their screen when you hit
The
no.
little screw you button.
They know. I mean, so two things will be. There's one thing that sucks about this for me, personally. The only negative is if my kid wants like ice cream and a batting helmet, I can't tell my kid to go buy it themselves. Like I can't be like, you have money, go buy the ice cream.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hey, how does the guy's work? Like Peanut Man, the Conehead guy.
Yeah.
How does he do it?
Oh, they'll have a reader.
They
Because
already
usually
have
they
that
toss
at
it.
other
Usually
games.
they
They
toss.
throw beers, yeah? It gets really
No,
wet
but they
up there.
throw the peanuts and stuff like that, or they hand that beer down. How do I gotta hand my phone down?
or your
card.
I gotta hand my card to strangers.
You handed cash to strangers.
They're gonna read my credit card
They're
numbers.
not going to read
Oh,
your credit
you
card
don't
numbers.
think there's some downtown smooth talking baseball scumbag
Mm-hmm.
going to be with a photographic memory going to steal my information?
So just to be clear,
Next thing you know, he's at the Jaguar dealership in Toronto, jackassing around Canada.
Wait, couldn't the guy just pass
Before it
you the
became a
card
state.
reader?
yeah, that would make
Yeah.
the most sense. Card reader comes down.
No
Yeah.
old man is going to want to hand his card over.
Okay,
No.
so then the card reader comes
the,
down.
The guy
Okay.
passing out the popcorn hands you the card reader.
All right. Seems like a lot of work.
I think that's how they do it at like Sabres games and stuff.
How was it different than cash?
You just hand the cash to the guy.
And everybody touched it all the way down?
Well, that's what America
And then
was
he hands
honest
you back
with each other.
Wait,
Yeah.
and then he hands you back the change, and then you hand the cash back to tip him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of exchange in there. In fact, that's 3 steps. When in this one, you need 1. Once again, unbelievably efficient. No, yeah, like it sucks. I'm gonna have to get up to buy my kid something or give my kid my credit card, which is always scary
Yeah.
because like it started with a baseball ice cream helmet, and now it's $3 of popcorn,
And
a
a
hot
jersey.
dog. Yeah, here
Cotton
she's coming
candy.
back. My dad talked her to buy it or something. But yeah, other than that, look, especially with a game like baseball, right, where those in-between innings are tight, you know exactly how much specific time,
Right.
you're going to miss less of the game. If you're someone that cares about watching baseball, this will make it more efficient to get back in your seat before the game
So all
starts.
these sporting places now all cashless?
Yeah.
Most of them, yeah.
I always said they always took cash still.
That was the most old man thing you ever said after. Cashless, yeah. I always thought the cash came, but they're not.
I didn't know.
The cash-
Back in my day, cash was king, buddy.
So will this be all parking lots too?
Yep, parking lot, too.
Okay.
So
I was
they'll
trying
have
to think if there were like private lots for you, but probably not.
Not that I can think
Yeah.
of. I mean, unless you park in the parking garage over here, but they.
That's also cashless though.
Well, I thought they did take cash for the folks
Did they?
waiting there. I don't know. I can't
I don't
remember. I
know.
haven't parked over here in a while for a Red Wings game.
Hmm.
Look at Tommy. He wants to be mad, and he doesn't know why he
because
would
you're
be
not
mad.
a cash guy.
That's just it. Like I know I shouldn't like this. I'm trying to figure out why I don't
I like
like it.
having cash on me, though. I feel like a big show when I have cash.
How much cash you got on you?
Right now?
Yeah.
Like $60.
Wow!
Whoa.
Step out of the way, everybody.
No, but it feels good
They're
to have
calling
a
me
few
a
dollars.
step up.
So you don't even need cash anymore. You burn it. I don't know. What do you do with it?
Take it to the bank and then spend it on your card. Stupid.
Okay. So we're going to just be a cashless society.
Oh
like,
my God! New World Order, etc.
Well, honestly,
oh,
when was the
you
last
brought that
time-
up. I was just
Chip
going
in
that
my
way.
skin, mark of the beast.
666.
When was
Here
the
we
last
go.
End
time
times.
you used cash?
Me?
Yeah.
For that haircut?
No. What do you mean?
Like-
I do pay cash for my haircuts.
Okay. I was just
Nailed
curious.
Alright.
it. No, I nailed it.
I think that's about it.
No, that looks like a cash
Oh,
haircut.
the dog groomer.
Whoa, where you got your haircut?
My hair looks nice.
Yeah, it looks great, man.
What's left of it?
Let's take a break. This woman is very upset.
Oh, boy, what? She go to the ballpark?
And look, this is a story to be upset about. I understand why. Unfortunately, she either heard something differently or had something in her head because what she is upset about did not show up in the story that she wrote us about. But she wants a change, Tommy.
Okay.
She is proposing, we just proposed a statewide law to fix the corruption in these small town elections.
Yeah.
She is proposing a countywide law to take care of the wild youth that will not stop. Will not stop. And with this letter comes a realization.
What's that?
Because it wasn't all that long ago you could be a kid and come of age. And if this woman gets what she wants, even really before this woman gets what she wants, the way that it is now, it's really hard to be a kid learning to be an adult.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF.
Yeah.
This generation, not so much.
Yeah, true.
And what the woman in this letter is suggesting is proof positive that we have gone too far when trying to keep kids out of places they may need to be in.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And around 2 weeks ago, we told you about an incident at the Pittsford Library. They had to shut the library down.
Oh, yeah.
Because Tommy got a hold of a book. No, because somebody in the library received a threat.
Yeah, death threat, right?
Well, we don't know what kind of threat it was. It was just a threat. I love how you get so bored with what I'm saying.
No, I'm listening.
Spice it up a little.
Make the story better. Flaming bear got inside the
It's like
library.
a nuclear, right?
The library had to be evacuated, shut down. It was a hell of a scene. Police closed off Main Street in Pittsburgh. Lights, all that stuff.
Yeah.
The library itself was shut down for hours until eventually they determined the threat to be a false alarm, and everything went back to normal.
Nice.
Now, before we get to this woman's letter, I would like to make one thing very clear.
What's that?
There was nothing in this story that suggested young people were the reason that this happened. We don't know who was threatened.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know the age of the person who allegedly made the threat. In fact, there hasn't been an arrest, I don't think.
Yeah.
There was literally nothing in this story
Yeah.
that tied teenagers to it. However,
Yeah, what'd she hear?
a woman that was listening to our show at the time decided that's what the problem was here. And she is sick.
Ooh.
And she is tired
Yeah.
of these damn kids.
Punk asses.
Yeah.
Time to crack down.
Ruining everything for the rest of the world. And because of that, she's ready to take a stand. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting to straighten these kids out. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
The Pittsburgh Library incident that you discussed today is another example of why we need more rules about where and when teenagers are allowed out alone and where they're allowed to be. I, for one, am fed up with dangerous situations everywhere I go involving kids being rowdy, getting too loud, taking over businesses, and causing fights that threaten the safety of people just trying to go about their day. East Rochester has a curfew. Why can't every town do that? Or, better yet, make town laws across Monroe County that force parents to be with their kids whenever they are in a private business or town building. Parents need to parent and keep an eye on their kids because these kids are simply out of control and are hurting people at rates we've never seen before. It's time to take back our towns, let businesses make money, not worry about theft, fights, and threats, and send a message to these kids that their antics will not be tolerated. Sincerely, Pam.
It was a good knot, Kimmy. It was a good knot. So like we said,
Yeah.
nothing in this story suggests a teenager. And as I hear that letter back,
Yeah.
is this woman so old that she thinks kids are still using the library as like a hangout spot? That has to be it, right?
Take
I
over the
was-
library.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So getting away from the Pittsford Library story, which
Yeah.
spawned this letter, I think there is something to discuss about what Pam said.
What?
Tommy,
What?
when you were a teenager, what was the prime hangout spot for you and your buddies?
I was just coming into the mall scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you were hanging out at the mall.
Malls were big.
All right, Kimmy, when we were younger and we
Yeah.
all wanted to get together with our friends, where did we go?
Mall, movies.
Okay.
That was kind of like where you really first found that independence.
Any kind of retail area.
Those are-
Record stores were huge when I was
The
a kid.
places your parents were willing to drop you off for a
Yeah.
little while.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So all of us, if you are probably 30 years or older,
Yeah.
had spots where we could go grow up.
Yeah.
You were without parental supervision. You had a touch of independence. And it sounds silly now, but it was a place you
Oh.
could find
It
yourself.
was paradise.
Right?
Didn't know it at the time.
And it started you down the road of being an adult.
Yeah.
Just breathe a little bit easier to be your own person. So, with the movies, record store, media play for us, Kimmy,
Yeah.
the mall, whatever, we had those. Where is that place for teenage kids today?
Most places they're not allowed without some level of supervision, right?
It would have to be something like a Starbucks,
Maybe.
Okay.
like a coffee shop type of place.
Okay.
'Cause
Yeah.
I'm trying to think where else kids would go and hang out and sit and just talk.
So it's not the mall. They have age restrictions there now. Kids can't
Right.
walk around by themselves. It's not the movies. Most of them have age restrictions. They can't walk around by themselves. In fact, you brought up Starbucks. I hadn't thought about that. But almost every business you can think of that would attract a crowd of teenage kids now has rules keeping teenage kids out without their moms and dads.
Does Starbucks have that?
I don't know.
I think the kids would have to cause kind of a problem for them to enforce anything, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
it's really hard. Starbucks is a good shot
Yeah.
to come up with a place where your kids can go and be kids, which is why this letter from Pam is so bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't remember, now that I'm thinking about
Mm-hmm.
it, the last time I was in a business, restaurant, wherever, where I saw a group of teenage kids by themselves.
Just hanging.
Do you guys?
The only places I could think of would be a Barnes and Noble or a Starbucks.
Those rowdy places.
But that's the only place you see
no,
kids
not
hanging
rowdy. I've seen like smaller groups of kids in like, not specifically like a pizza place, but like sitting down together eating. But I just figured like they walked there,
Okay.
or their parents were nearby somewhere.
out. Or
you
those
know?
gas stations that have all that stuff like right there.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah.
standard. I mean, that's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
what, yeah. Like, I have teenage kids. My kids will go spend time at their friends' houses, but their parents are there.
But your kids are so goddamn busy.
Well, yeah, okay, no, that's
Your
a good
kids have
point.
no time for this crap.
Well, they do, though, because actually my daughter, she's at school now, right?
Yeah.
There's some boy that she likes. She wants to go to the mall with this boy.
But
But even she, when
But
I
you'd
was
have to go,
and
or
when-
somebody would have
Yeah.
to go.
Yes, when I said I got to go with
Yeah.
you, she was like, "Yeah, it's totally like in
Yeah.
her head now.
Yeah.
That's what has to happen."
that is cool.
And here's the thing: like my oldest spends a lot of time at the hockey rink, but her coach is one of the parents are there. In all honesty, with my oldest, who is 14 years old, she's 14. I cannot give you an example where she has been out alone with her friends,
Just hanging out.
outside of school event or someone's home, on the campus of school or someone's home.
So when she's out with her friends, there's always a parent nearby.
Or an
Walking
adult,
around the
like school
neighborhood or something.
supervisor.
I mean,
Yeah.
that kind of sucks.
And that's what I mean. It's a problem.
Yeah, there's no socialization between kids
Well,
after
they're
school.
socializing just under supervision.
Okay, so
Like,
that's
Right, but
not
that's not
Yeah.
what I had.
yeah.
what you had.
Yeah.
What
no, I
I
know.
Yeah,
I'm,
I mean,
I'm not saying
that's-
it's the same.
That's a shame.
252
But you also don't want them out and about. Getting their you have to wait longer in line because they're standing
Oh,
there
I
getting
hate
their
it.
fancy coffee drinks
Oh,
and being
Jesus
too
Christ.
loud, and they're also on their phones.
It's not
and
coffee, it's
playing
ice cream.
videos with the volume on max.
It's not Baskin Robbins.
By the way, that does bother the hell out of me. I yell at my daughter for
With the music?
No, she'll
Yeah,
play.
but I know adults that do that.
She'll watch videos in public with the volume all the
And
way up.
some of it's pretty goddamn raunchy what I hear coming out of
My
these
God,
phones.
my phone. My
No,
daughter's
I don't know
phone.
what your daughter
My
does.
daughter's phone. Is that
I
what you
didn't say
said?
that.
Hold on, let me text my
I
daughter.
didn't say
Hey, Tommy says our 14-year-old daughter is too raunchy.
No, I did not say
That's what
that.
he said. I'm writing it. 252 WCMF, 252-9263, with Pam's letter suggesting, even though this story we had 2 weeks ago had nothing to do with teenagers,
Yeah.
that Monroe County implement a law where all kids have to be out with their parents at all times or not be out at all.
Shut it down.
Don't kids need a place to be
Yes.
kids?
To socialize with other kids.
Be independent? Spend some of their own money? Navigate the relationships?
Hey, how do they make teen TV shows now?
So they all are in
Like, where do they all
It's always
hang
like at
out?
school.
or small towns. Like
Oh.
they're walking like down the sidewalk in a
like,
small
but they're
town.
walking like they're never really in a place of business.
Right.
Like,
That's a
there's
great
no
po-
like specific teen hangout.
I hadn't thought about that, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
They're
like,
never.
well,
What happened to the Peach
Because
Pit?
there's no like arcades, you know what I mean? Like I'm thinking of like old movies where kids were, and like those places. Some of them just don't exist anymore, business wise.
Yeah, no, I mean you're right. I don't know. Like it seems like we're taking these places away from our kids,
Well, yeah.
and those were the best memories of our childhood.
And it dried up, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what your daughter's fond memories of childhood are. Like when they reminisce about their youth.
Yeah, and like where they decide when they were younger, their independence came from.
Right.
Because the independence.
Or if it didn't happen until they went to college.
But that's a problem too. That scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Like that, my daughter is going to be under the thumb of every adult in their life until she finally has
Freedom!
all. Thank you, Kimmy. We all know those kids. We all knew those
yeah.
kids.
Yeah, they were always the Christian kids that went to the
Yup.
schools that I went to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, I want my daughter to know what it's like at 15, 16 to sit down at Friendly's or Perkins and order food at a different restaurant. Now,
Two
but you,
joints that are gone.
you get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
What happened to Mel's?
people, Tommy, want to bitch and moan
Yeah.
about how soft kids are today. And then that same person will turn around later and talk about how dangerous kids are today. You can't be soft and dangerous.
Yeah, because, by the way, it was always dangerous because I knew
There
a
are always
ton
going to be
of-
kids that take risks and do things. They're
I
not
knew
supposed to.
kids from my youth that it went horribly wrong.
Sure.
So, I mean, it was always there. And by the way, I would say jackassing in cars is probably down compared to what it was when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Maybe a different type.
Well,
of
I know that
jackass.
I know there's that street racing that happens here in the summertime, but I'm guessing those kids aren't high school kids for the most part.
I mean, I always argue they're adults, and you tell me I'm an idiot.
Well, I was right, bro.
No, you're on my side?
Yeah, maybe. But you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah.
Well, you know what's funny, too? Like, you know, what Pam wants, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's Hate Mail of the Week. This letter comes from that story of the Pittsford Library getting shut down after a threat. There was nothing about teenagers in the story. We don't even know who the suspect is yet, and it's 2 weeks later yet. Pam saw it, thought it was teenagers that caused all this problem, and she proposes a law, countywide, kids should not be allowed in any business, teenagers, without their parents present. Her idea may actually be counterproductive to what she wants because the more places, Tommy, you shut kids out of, the more these kids have to go and find a way to make their own fun.
Yeah.
Right?
Get a little creative.
And that's just it. I want everyone that can hear us right now to think back to being a teenager. When you were forced to make your own fun, things got bad.
Oh, yeah.
You were always around a bonfire in the woods. You were always in a park after hours. You were in some kid's basement when their parents were out of town. And that's when the bad ideas and the dangerous things happen.
But the fun also happened, too.
Like, okay, yeah.
But
I don't disagree. But the argument I'm making is when you ban kids from places, when you throw kids out of places, worse jackassery follows.
Yeah, true.
And if you do think that kids are too soft today and they can't handle the real world, well, you're not allowing them in the real world.
No, you're true.
How can you navigate the real world when you are not allowed to go anywhere by yourself? Like Pam wants this countywide law where teenagers aren't allowed in stores. Well, then quit bitching that kids are living at home till they're 30.
But the problem is, and I blame the parents, but I don't mean it. You're better parents. And this is what it created because my father wasn't a great parent. Like, he did things because he didn't want to be, like, he didn't want to have to do something. So I got to pull the car out of the garage and I got to ride my bike up to this, like, convenience store to get him cigarettes and a newspaper.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I got to do all that stuff. But it's because he was this lousy parent.
Good catch, buddy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
a lazy guy.
He didn't want to deal with it. You know, they were like, oh, you know, you fall down, you get back up.
But I'll say this as a parent, and I get what you're saying.
You know.
And maybe there's some truth to that. But the reason why I don't like my daughter going out by herself is because I'm afraid that she's going to get in trouble for being somewhere that she's not allowed to be.
Yes, I understand.
I mean, part of it is, yes, I don't want...
Good parenting.
Okay, no, well, but it's good parenting because she doesn't have a place where she can go where I go. I know somebody isn't going to yell at her for being there.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I'm already getting the Facebook message. They're all saying the same thing, that there's so many problems that we have to do stuff like this. Look, bad things are going to happen.
Yeah.
There's no arguing that. However, you can argue that we're not quite remembering our childhoods the right way.
Yeah.
No.
Because no matter what generation you come from, you or your friends cause trouble.
And you can think of multiple kids that just simply got lucky.
Oh, yeah.
Agreed.
They did stupid stuff.
Yeah, I did it. You did it. We all did it.
Oh, yeah. And actually, there's a perfect recent example of this. So Section 5 basketball playoffs were, I think, last weekend.
Yeah.
And at the Blue Cross Arena, there was a fight at one of the games in
Spilled out.
Yep, stadium spilled out.
Isn't that every year?
But that's just it. There's pearl clutching all over the place, right? And that would be a fine reaction if there hasn't been fights at the War Memorial for high school sporting events since the 1970s.
Yeah, since day one.
And if you don't believe me, you can go back and look at the Democrat and Chronicle archives.
Is this the last year for Section 5? Have we gone too far? Youth gone wild.
There are men and women listening right now who in the 70s, 80s, and 90s were witnesses to those fights, participated in those fights, that are now completely functioning adults going to work and raising their own families. And it got so bad at one point in the 1980s that Section 5 played basketball games in empty gyms because of the issues they kept having with kids. Those people are now in their 50s.
Yeah.
Do not tell me that kids today are scarier.
Well, they are bigger. The kids are big.
They're only big.
Because of the milk.
No, compared to you.
No, kids are big.
Bigger babies, bigger kids.
God, dude, these are like grown-ass men.
Like my heart does break for my kids. My heart breaks for everyone else's kids.
Because they're not having fun.
Yeah, well,
I don't think they're having fun.
They're having fun. They don't know how much fun they could be having.
Yeah, they're missing
Well,
out.
that's not having fun.
But, okay, again, now
all right, it's all relative to what you know.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes. And again, as a father, this is completely counterproductive, and I don't want my daughter.
I know.
Okay, but.
Especially daughters.
But I do know that I'm the person I am today because of that independence I learned early on.
Because you had some fun. I was there for some of it, son.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hell, I bought some of it.
You never bought any of it.
I tipped
all the
on
drinks were free.
I tipped on your fund.
I wonder
Know that, pal.
how many kids fake being into activities just to get that sense of independence? Because I'm thinking like dropping your kid off at a skate park or something like that probably a parent wouldn't think twice about if their kid or if they thought their kid was into the sport.
Good call. Well, no, you bring up a great point.
I got a skateboard, so let's just drop me off here, Dad.
My daughter out of nowhere, like 2 weeks ago, my oldest, she goes, I want to play softball this year.
Oh.
You never play softball? She goes, no, I want to do it. I go, why? Well, her friend, Luch, plays softball.
Yeah.
And it's occurring to me right now, the only time she gets to hang out with her friend where there aren't adults like hovering over her
Okay.
would be softball practice. And the coaches are still there.
All right. But that's it.
Yeah, you're not playing softball. I've been driving you around for hockey. No, I need a break. I need a break, Kimmy!
No kidding. How many do you squeeze it in?
Jeez! Hockey, I'm not taking you from softball to hockey. What are you, nuts? All right, let's take a break.
All right.
All right, so we were just talking about how Innovative Field is going completely cashless this year. And that's actually not a bad thing for Rochester based on convenience and based on what we're about to tell you. Because you look around, Tommy, you see people spending money on stupid things they don't need.
Bro, they're blowing through it.
Dead all over the place. Well, it turns out when it comes to this, you are wrong.
What?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There are two ways to look at this story we're about to share with you.
What happened?
A, we as Rochesterians are great with our finances. B,
Yeah.
we have old financial habits that are dying hard. And I guess both of them would be good here. But this is another example of things not always being what they seem. Because if we're good at this here in our area,
Yeah.
things can't be that bad.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Right? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Rochester, New York, the greater Rochester area, has some of the lowest credit card debt in America.
Because we're in bad shape with the credit cards around the country.
Not in Rochester, we're not.
Look at that.
A new study by Wallet Hub looked at the average household credit card debt in the top 180 cities in America.
Yeah.
So you and your partner, right?
Right.
Whoever lives under your roof. And when they crunched the numbers, Rochester, New York was in the bottom 10
Great.
per household.
So we're chintz.
Yes, we have the 9th lowest average credit card debt per household in the United States, $10,175 per person, or excuse me, per household on average in Rochester.
On plastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense to either of you guys?
No, I kind of thought like we were all in the same boat.
Of the older population that gets furious about this. Okay, so let's talk about the potential explanations, right? That could be it, Kimmy. The greater Rochester area still loves playing in cash.
A lot of mattress money out there.
And yes, there is historical context to the mattress money. We were an immigrant town. We always have been.
Don't trust a goddamn bank.
But, I mean, Tommy, paying with cash,
Yeah.
saving your cash is a very common coming to this country move.
Oh, yeah.
And that does get passed down to generations.
But that should have been done years ago because I mean, the whole country was like that at one time.
But
How did
maybe
we stick with it?
But maybe we were slower to get there. I mean, maybe it is still going in that direction, but we're just a little slower moving.
I do think that if you had a grandparent that did this, that passed it down to your parents, that it may have passed down to you as well. Like, it becomes more common when you have a large community of working class people also that have jobs that pay them under the table,
Okay.
that you're going to hold on to that cash. I mean, look, if you have credit card bills that total more than the IRS knows that you're making, you get audited, son. And people know that.
You get audited, so.
I'm just saying,
So
you want the government off your back.
Could it also be like we don't live in a very expensive town? Like cost of living here is cheaper compared to like other big cities.
Okay, good call.
And there's less temptations here to piss your money away like you do in bigger cities.
I don't know, man. Boats, RVs, those are pretty popular around here.
Yeah. But
Oh,
probably
fun-
cheaper to
fun
operate a
stuff.
boat here than you would be on Long Island.
Sure, but boats are still expensive. RVs
They are,
still
but like
expensive.
I just think, I mean, the percentage of people that own boats here is still very low considered to the
Okay,
population.
like you, whenever boats come up, you sound like the most arrogant prick.
I mean, most people can afford to navigate the tributaries of Monroe County.
Look, I don't disagree with what you're saying.
I think it's a combo, but this is a pretty inexpensive place to live for the,
Okay, so to your
compared
point,
to other places.
to your point, this is straight cash, not percentage of what we make, right?
Right.
So like that is possible. Like
Right.
$10,000 in credit card debt in Rochester is way more comparatively than 10 grand in Manhattan.
Right.
Or but I guess
Yes.
same state, but you get what I'm saying. Okay, it is possible that we're just good at paying our credit card
It
bills
could
down.
be that. Yeah, we're just chintz.
We're not paying them late. We're not spending more on our cards than
But
we
why
can.
We're
we
not
were better
flashy.
than other places
And we're not a very flashy town. Not really.
in comparison, you're saying?
I mean, there's not like a lot of big opulent communities around here. You don't see a lot of fancy cars.
Did the man who lives in Pittsburgh just say there's not a lot of big
Oh, my
opulent
house is
communities?
goddamn puny. Was
What-
built in
Where's your
19
house? Where's your house?
It's on the edge of town.
No, it's not. It's in your mind. You ain't got a house, bro. Your wife's house. And, bro,
It's chintzy little
don't
house.
sit
it's a
here
shack.
and
Chintzy
say,
little house. It's worth more than our houses.
no kidding.
Not his house.
Oh, I
It's
bet
your
you it
house,
is.
too.
I bet
don't
you
know.
it
I
is.
bet you it's worth more.
I don't
Based
know.
on
I don't even
location.
know what
You're
your
on
house
a
looks like.
private drive.
Private drive, Mr. Private Drive. It is knit
Ain't no flash.
sock shoes. Bro, Victor, Pittsford, Penfield, Fairport, they all have flash, man.
A little bit. Tiny,
Okay.
tiny flash.
Okay.
Compared to some flash towns where it's all flash.
252 WCMF 252-9263. How many people in today's Rochester either still pay all in cash or whatever they can in cash?
Yeah.
Don't touch credit cards at all. Because if that could be it. Kimmy, you may be absolutely right. That is why our credit card debt would be so
It's
low.
all cash.
Yes.
More people than other places dealing in cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you are one of these people that deals in cash almost exclusively, where did that come from? Because, Tommy, you had a dad that loved his credit,
Oh, yeah.
right? I did too.
Yeah.
So you and I had no problem going out and destroying our credit
Yes.
as soon as we turned 18 years old.
Spend their money, not yours.
Exactly. Kimmy's parents, on the other hand, were way more financially responsible.
Well, yeah.
And I'm going to assume, and I'll ask Kimmy when she gets off the phone here, that Mrs. I'm good with money, goody two-shoes, I'm better than everybody else. Kimmy, I'm assuming your credit card debt is next to nothing because that's how your dad told you, your mom and dad, you should use credit cards.
Oh, yeah. Like, I thought you had to pay it. Otherwise, they were going to take your credit card away. Like, that was my mentality is like, yeah, of course you have to pay it every month.
And she don't spend.
Okay, but
That's just like, I was scared, almost scared of it as a teenager, like with a credit card, knowing I may not have the money to pay this.
okay, so if we're talking about trends coming from families, if her parents told her you pay your credit card or bad things happen and she keeps the debt down, and you had parents that paid only cash, I do think it's more common than you think.
But why didn't it happen like Syracuse or Buffalo or Cleveland, all these working class towns that had a big immigrant population that came here? Same mentality. Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good question.
All the Northeast really had that same
upbringing.
Well, people that came here from the old country, like, don't trust this, don't trust that, keep your money, don't tell people your business. You know what I mean? They were very cliquish and standoffish.
Okay, great point. All right, so then if it's not cash only, what is it?
I just thought it was cheaper to live here, but I guess it's not that expensive to live in Syracuse or
Buffalo either. Yeah.
Right.
It's about the same. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Rochester, New York has some of the lowest credit card debt per household in America. We're in the bottom 10, ninth lowest on average, $10,175 in credit card debt per household. And we're trying to figure out how the hell that happens. I know you want to say something.
No, go ahead.
But I'm sick of hearing you talk. 252
I am
WCMF.
too.
Let's talk to Alex. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Hey, guys. Good. How are you?
Good, buddy. What do you got?
Good. So this is a per household thing. Could it possibly be that the median credit scores around town are so low these people can't get high credit limits and utilize those numbers? Are we just so po?
Okay, so no, that is possible. Alex.
And he used the Po reference.
Less people that qualify.
Well, we are a
Po
Po
town.
We are a Po show.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that would be the worst case scenario here, that Rochester has such bad credit, fewer people on average can have credit cards, because that would bring down the average, right?
Because we've done some guys that had some bad numbers, bro. Bad numbers.
Yeah, maybe we're giving ourselves too much credit.
Okay, possible. But, Alex, let me ask you this,
Literally.
because, Alex, you're a guy just like every other guy. Do you have more than $10,000 in credit card debt under your roof right now?
Currently, yes.
Okay, so you do. Is it way more than 10 grand?
No.
Okay.
No, it's right around there.
Okay, so you are on average here, right? So
Jeez, it's kind of personal, Pat. Jesus.
But you don't have to answer
You
the
could
question.
lie.
Oh, boy.
We're not checking.
I'm actually just trying to borrow some money, if you wouldn't mind. No, but I mean, Alex, you fit in this box perfectly.
Yeah, that's what she said. So I guess.
Man, he's on fire. Alex, what do you do to make sure that you are not overextending yourself with credit?
Stop spending and
Write
get
that
a better
down.
job and pay it down.
All right.
Pay your bills. Pay your time.
And pay your taxes.
Pay it down quick.
Alex,
All right, guys.
thanks, buddy. Alex got bored with us. I'm done now.
I'm done with your jokes.
So I've been on 3 morning shows, right?
Yeah.
This is the first morning show I've been on that is not upside down. Like the first
like
2 shows I was
collectively?
the first 2 shows I was on, everybody was busted,
Yeah.
including the guy that was making 6 figures.
That's
As a matter of fact,
insane.
he was the worst of everybody. Like everybody was broke, busted. Nobody had any money, and the show was doing really well.
And you got paid
And
so much cash under the table.
not that show. That was the show I did in Florida. But yes, like they were the
I
we were
didn't
the
say
worst.
specifically when and where.
I worked on a
I'm
show
so scared. I've never seen you
where the
get
guy
scared.
forgot he had a boat, an actual effing boat, and he went and bought another boat.
Now he's got 2 boats.
3 boats by
Three
the time.
boats, 3 boats.
3 boats by the time it was all over.
3 boats.
Yes.
No, but here's the thing, man.
What?
Like, you're right. We are the first show.
It's not underwater.
Okay, but the only reason I'm not underwater is because my wife taught me how to use credit.
Yes, I understand that.
She had but look, hear me out here, right?
Like if you weren't married, you'd be in a totally different situation.
He
So
and
he
I
was on the
both.
old show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
He was on the
You'd
end.
probably be living together.
Oh yeah.
I know we
Oh,
couldn't.
you would be
Tommy had
crashing
plenty
in
of
my
empty
Webster.
rooms.
too.
I love how you make it think you'd still have that house. You were on a third mortgage.
That's why he would have needed you.
You poor ass bitch. We started the show in 9th place.
I was living off a home equity line of credit.
You were drinking off of your home equity line of credit.
That was so much fun, bro. You just write a check and they give you the money.
No, but like my wife and I both grew up as poor kids, but we were poor kids in different ways.
Yeah.
Like my wife grew up in a trailer in Delaware. They had no money.
Right.
Legitimately no
You
money.
shouldn't have been poor.
Yeah, overspending.
Your parents had good jobs.
And that's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Is my dad just spent,
Yeah.
and that's
But
what
man, did he party.
He did. But I guess what I'm getting at is, there's two sides of the coin here to everything. And I guess this goes back to what Alex brought up, right? Is our credit just so bad we don't have it? Because my wife, despite coming from a similar background as I did, taught me how to do this. And taught me how to clean up my credit when we still both had no money.
Mm-hmm.
I should have known how to do that. I should have had a better start in life.
True.
And you should have too with your millionaire dad.
But he also blew through all his money.
Tommy got thrown off of American Express.
Kind of.
Like he was the only one that was thrown off the express train.
I'm still a member since 1983. They just kind of forgot about those 3 months. I wasn't paying them.
You were paying people with a credit card that wasn't functioning.
Yes. Prostitutes.
Okay. I wanted you to say it. I don't want to be the one because you're Mr. Hand Gesture. Shut up.
It was a
today.
fun night in Indiana.
Okay, so here's what we need here, right? With this idea with this information we have, that Rochester is in the bottom 10 in America for credit card debt. We have the 9th lowest per household in America, just over $10,000. What we need.
What do we need?
The number of credit cards per person in every American city. Because that would give us an indication
Of
how
the
much
people
plastic
with
you're holding.
Credit cards.
Yeah, people with credit cards. And I would also love to see where the credit card debt disperses across the greater Rochester area.
Oh, like where we're hanging.
Town, neighborhoods, villages, things like that, right? Because, I mean, more affluent communities probably have more credit card debt because they have more money coming in.
Yeah, to cover the debt.
And they're making more purchases. Whereas poorer communities probably have lower credit card debt, not because they're better at paying it down, but because they're not getting as much credit.
Yeah, they're limited.
Aging communities have less credit card debt. They all own their houses.
But that's not credit card debt.
No, but I'm saying you have less that you're in debt with overall. So I think that would.
But you may have it on medical. Like there's people that pay for some of their medical
Fair point.
on credit.
Yeah.
Because they have no choice.
Sure.
Because they PO.
Do you think the average greater Rochester resident has good credit?
It sounds like we should.
And
but
you're
then,
I think we have a lot of people that would lie about it, so you wouldn't know anyways.
but you can't lie because they could look at your credit score.
No, but I'm
now.
saying to the average person.
Oh.
But here's the thing. If you look around, you can kind of tell. Like, Tommy, you talk all the time about how people cry poor and then they got boats and RVs in their driveway.
Yeah.
You would need good credit to qualify for this.
You do.
Right?
Yeah.
Unless they're giving away boats and nobody's telling me.
They closed that show down. They went broke for some reason.
All right, so this is good.
Yeah, we're all right.
Maybe.
No, we're not underwater.
It's either really good or really bad.
Yes.
Let's hope good. All right, let's take a break. This guy was a guy the Bills hoped was going to be really good.
Uh-huh.
And when he was in Buffalo, he was really bad.
Oh.
And it's hard to blame the guy. It's not like we talked about this earlier last week, Kimmy, that he worked as hard as he could. He did everything you asked him. Sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
We wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. And then he said this. When
Didn't
he got
have to do that.
I mean, like,
you have to take a parting shot.
what are you doing, man? And by the way, you lied.
You had opportunity. We all saw. You can't lie about it.
Thank you. And, like, here's the thing. The one thing this team would want
Yeah.
is for you to be successful.
Okay.
They wouldn't do this, Kimmy, and then be like, don't give him a chance. We'll tell you what a former Buffalo Bill had to say in the first meeting with the media in his new city.
Oh.
Next here in the break room. WCMF. What are you doing, man?
What's going on?
What are you doing? Not you.
Who's doing?
This guy. Because here's the thing, man. I get that it didn't work out, and you're not happy about it, and I understand that some people will look and make excuses about why bad things happen to them.
Okay.
But you didn't have to say this out loud when everybody that has been around this team understands it's like the opposite. The opposite of what you're saying.
So, but he didn't see it that way.
Apparently not.
A little bitter.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Bless you. So last week, former Buffalo Bills first-round pick, Kyer Elam, was traded to the Dallas Cowboys.
All right.
And he was traded for 2 late-round picks. Actually, 1 pick and like a pick swap, Kimmy, essentially.
Yeah.
And this is not what Brandon Beane, general manager, and head coach Sean McDermott envisioned when they took him with a first-round pick 4 years ago. He very rarely saw the field. And like you said, just getting anything for him was actually pretty amazing. Yesterday, Kyer Elam, for the first time since being traded from the Bills, talked to the media. So he's now a Dallas Cowboy.
It doesn't sound happy.
Well, he said, and I quote,
Yeah.
"Coming to Buffalo, I was a kid that just wanted to improve and learn and really show off my talents, but I was always put on the back seat."
So he never got a chance.
Is what he's saying.
Well, that's kind of what you just described.
No.
He did get a chance.
Got
a lot of chances.
Lot of chances.
Oh, all right.
Okay. So the year he was drafted, the starting corner over him was fellow rookie Christian Benford, who was drafted 6 rounds after him.
All right.
Kyer Elam only really played when folks got hurt. Last season.
But he played.
Yes, he did.
And we saw.
Yeah.
We watched.
Yeah, we watched him play football. He was a healthy scratch most games last season. Kimmy, I would think that a head coach and GM who spent a first-round pick on a guy would want that guy to be good enough to be in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
Like, desperately want him to be that guy.
So what happened?
And the way that they worked him into the game situation kind of made me feel like we're only going to put him in when we're desperate.
So,
towards the end,
This guy, we don't really trust him, so he's only going to play when there's nobody else left to go.
All right, so they went out and got this kid.
They drafted him in the first round.
And then they didn't like what they saw once they got a hold of him.
Look, I mean, so
It could only be.
He didn't pan out with what the Bills had going on.
All right.
And
that's possible that maybe he's capable of more, but just not in this system.
possibly a bad system,
Yeah.
possibly, he didn't achieve the heights that they thought he was going to continue to
Right.
grow. Look, I mean,
But he did get the opportunities to try.
he did. I mean,
But he's
hell,
saying he really didn't.
Yeah.
which is interesting because he had an opportunity in the biggest game of the year last year, in the AFC Championship game, when Christian Benford went out early with a concussion. He played almost that whole game, and that did not go well.
Was that the Cincinnati game?
No, that was the Chiefs game.
Yeah.
Oh, this year.
This year.
Oh, okay.
Yes. In fact, you could even say that went quite poorly. Quite poorly.
So he blew it.
Oh, my God, did he
I don't
blow
know.
it. And I feel bad saying this because it's not like the
I mean,
guy.
you make like really bad plays.
A lot of them.
Like you would remember.
Put it this way, they played in games that he played, the quarterback for the other team was always targeting him.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Always throwing his way.
Lot of flags.
Yeah.
Lot of flags. And we all cheered for the guy. And, I understand why he feels. No, I
Yeah.
don't actually. I take back what I said. I don't know how you could feel like you didn't get opportunity because we saw you out there a bunch. And when you were out there, not great. Not great. What did he see, Kimmy, that the rest of us didn't see?
And I think I would give a guy a pass if he said, "Yeah, it just didn't work out for me there." Right? Like we for whatever reason we just didn't gel. Would have been a perfectly acceptable thing to say. It's just the way he phrased it, and the way he put it, made it sound like it's their fault.
Well,
I
he
didn't
sounds like a
succeed.
Bobby Bitter.
yeah.
Right?
But
Like
they
no
coulda
matter what
just
happens,
cut
it's not
ya.
his fault.
I mean, it's not the worst thing that you ended up in Dallas.
I mean, Kimmy, they could have caught him 2 years ago. In
Right.
all sincerity, they kept giving him opportunities.
Yeah.
And for him to say, quote, "I was always put on the back seat," referring to his time in Buffalo, shut up. Explain to me,
Yeah.
if you're Kyer Elam, did he have general manager in his head, like general manager Brandon Beane and head coach Sean McDermott, after spending a first-round pick, which are gold in the NFL, they sat in a room together and behind a closed door, like, all right, how do we screw this kid's career over? Oh, he's talented enough to start.
Yeah.
But do we want talent on that field?
Yeah.
No. It makes me mad because I don't want to dislike Kyer Elam, but
Yeah, but at least
I'm
you
not
know
sure
him.
what he saw.
Yeah,
'Cause
but you know his real chops now.
Yeah, we'll see.
He's a crybaby.
I guess.
And
Unless.
it's never his fault.
Yeah, I hate guys like that.
Right. It's always finger pointing to somebody else. Don't look at me.
Yeah.
It was like this when I got here.
Yeah.
I hate those guys.
And like maybe you have to find a way to motivate yourself any way you can, right? He's got a year in Dallas.
Well, if it don't work out in Dallas, what's he say then?
Well, he's kind of in trouble there too because he got 1 year in a new system.
Yeah.
He's up for a contract next year.
So he could be out of work.
Possibly. It's not out of the question.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's in a warm climate.
I mean, again, like let's put it this way: the Bills' 6th-round pick, the same year he was drafted in the first, became their starting corner. He's one of the best corners in the NFL now. Instead of holding on to Kyer Elam, the Bills re-signed a guy in Dane Jackson, who they let walk, who, by the way, was a 7th-round pick, who also started Kyer Elam over Kyer Elam when he was here. They let him walk to Carolina because they didn't want to pay him. He's back now. They took Dane Jackson over their 1st-round pick.
So the kid just never blossomed.
I guess. And look, I hope he's successful.
No, me too.
I hope he gets his contract. I mean, you only get so.
I care.
Okay.
Let him go.
Let's take a break.
All right.
We like sex, right?
Looking at me.
Yeah.
I'm not right at the moment, no. Yeah, of course I like sex.
Sex is fun. Sex is
sexy guy. Yeah, it's a good time.
okay. It turns out that sex is more important than we thought.
Oh.
Not just for our relationships, but for actually like getting up every day and breathing and
Our
continuing to
health.
live. Yes. There are now several studies that show sex is vital to a healthy, long life. And we're going to get into this.
An active sex life.
Yes. But there's a problem.
Well, you got to bring somebody with you.
No, yes, and that's actually
You'd have to be in a relationship of some sort.
yes, that's the problem. Either a relationship of some sort, or we would have to change something in this country. So whether it comes to your partner, or it comes to the way we look at this, if sex is keeping us alive, we need to change, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. sex is fun.
Oh, yeah, if you do it right.
Sex is good for your relationship.
Oh, yeah, healthy.
Sex feels good. All those great reasons to have sex. But it turns out there may be far more important reasons, Tommy.
Yeah.
Reasons that could keep you alive. And this isn't good when you find out how many people are actually having no sex at all.
Zilchos.
Zilcho-sexos. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How about right now you go to WCMF.com?
Yeah.
You log on to the contest page.
Well, what am I going to win?
Well, you're going to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jim Gaffigan at the Blue Cross Arena December 12th, courtesy of Outback Presents. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Did you know
What's that?
that 1 in 5 Americans over the age of 18 are not having any sex?
How many?
1 in 5.
Over
18. 20.
So all adults.
Yep, 20% of the adult population in the U.S. right now is sexless.
So when they say sexist, are they also counting as a solo run also?
Nope, that is not sex.
So it has to be intercourse
another
with somebody
person.
It doesn't have to be intercourse, but I don't actually.
else. Well, it has to be intimate with another. It has to have
Yes,
a partner has to be
another
involved.
person. Be
okay,
involved.
how do you make something so simple so disturbing?
It's a valid question.
No, I get it, but you could have just been like, you're talking about with someone else or by yourself.
You have to have a lover
Yes.
of some sort.
Done.
All right.
Period. End of discussion.
All right. You had to enter a flower, or you had to accept something into your flower.
No, it doesn't have to be that.
Well, that would be sex.
No, well, what is sex?
Well, are they saying I have to have? So they're saying. So let's say I get a knob.
I don't know the
Does
answer.
that help my health?
I don't know.
Well,
The
no.
answer-
Okay, I'm going to say no on that because it's not both people engaging.
Right. Is that?
It's not.
There's no satisfaction for the
other person.
knobber.
Unless, I guess I don't know where the study's
Okay,
going.
I'm going to start over. I'm going to
I
start
mean, unless
over.
they're in it for the taste.
I'm going to start over. Are we ready?
Less
my
filling. It's like
God.
Miller Lite.
Tommy, did you know
What's going on, Pat?
1 in 5 Americans over the age of 18 are not having any sex?
I'm shocked, Pat.
20% of the adult population in the U.S. no sex. And this is a bigger problem than you think.
So what's the problem besides the loneliness?
Okay, recent studies have shown sex is way more important to our actual health
You got to wake up your loins.
than we once thought. Listen to what I'm saying.
Wake them up.
Sexual experts in several different fields doing studies have found, 1, refraining from sex from too long causes depression and anxiety.
Okay.
They believe it's a suppression of sexual urges without other stress-relieving outlets, and they say it's a legitimate problem. 2,
Yeah.
lack of sex can have an effect on heart health and stress levels. Folks who have more sex on average get higher sleep quality.
So you need that release.
Well,
Yes.
is it partly the release, partly the physical activity of it all? that
Very
helps?
possible.
No, but
Those
also the
things.
actual release.
But
You know what I mean? Of the orgasm and all that stuff.
yeah,
But it does,
that's
you know.
if it happens every time, because you would also have to factor that in to your release comment.
So again,
Release onto your lover.
folks who have
Or
sex,
find another.
I'm sorry.
folks
that I said
who have more sex on average
Yeah.
get higher sleep quality, which lowers rates of dementia and Alzheimer's
Okay.
potentially.
So this
And
is like it's a
3,
it's a miracle.
Shut up. 3,
It's like Geritol for your hole.
3.
What?
Studies found that people having little to no sex have lower energy level and lack appetites. But the most alarming statistic, a 2023 study done in the Journal of Sexual Medicine found that
All of them end up in morning radio. What?
Can you let him finish?
I'm going to let you do your stupid talky talk. If
We got
you just
plenty of time.
allow me to get the
I'm
information we
listening.
need out for
I'm
your
listening.
stupid mouth. Okay.
Good stuff.
The most alarming sexual statistic,
Got it.
a 2023 study
Yeah.
done by the Journal of Sexual Medicine, shut up, found that folks between 20 and 59
Yeah.
were having sex less than once a week had a much higher risk of early death.
Death.
Yes, if you were having sex once a week or less,
Yeah.
you have a higher chance of early death. If you don't have sex, you're going to die.
Okay. But marriage rates are down, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean, well, we know that sex with younger people is down. I was stunned by the 1 in 5 Americans are not having any sex at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Oh,
is.
I see. I think that number is low. lower.
You
than.
think that more
I thought it was going to be a higher number only because
having no sex at all?
Sexless.
because we're talking about all people over the age of 18.
Yes.
So there are people that have really aged out of doing that. There are single people who are looking for the one, and they just
But
don't
they're not
have
even-
the social skills to get there.
They're not
maybe.
sleeping around even.
And I would also wonder, like, you add people who physically can't for whatever reason
Okay.
into the mix. Like, I would think the number would be higher than 20%.
Okay. So I want to loop back to the no sex at all
Yeah.
thing in a second, because what we're finding here with all of these things, right? Like the higher risk of early death, higher sleep quality, mental health,
Yeah.
anxiety, depression, all this stuff. Now that we know that sex is this good for your body,
Yeah.
it could create an interesting new angle in your relationship. There is sex because you're in the mood. There is sex out of obligation for like things like birthday, Valentine's
Yeah.
Day, right? What about sex for the sake of life?
Oh,
And I'm serious.
For
when
your
I say
health.
that. Yeah. If you present it to your partner.
like exercise.
Yeah. Like, Tommy, if you went
But does it hurt you?
Well,
if it
you
feels,
gotta lube up.
Does it hurt more than it helps if it feels like you're just doing it because you feel like you have to?
Okay.
It feels like an obligation for both of you where that, I don't know, it's not, you're not getting that satisfaction out of it.
It's a valid question, but I will answer, I think, that question as you travel down this road with me, Kimmy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready? The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
married men live longer. It's a statistical fact.
Or at least seems longer, but yes.
And folks who did this study believe wives were the reason. They make their husbands go to the doctor. They take riskier habits,
Keep each other in check.
yes, out of their lives and behaviors, right?
Yeah.
They do
They
things.
keep an eye on their man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, ladies, if your main concern is your husband's health,
Mm-hmm.
we should be having sex multiple times a week for the sake of both of us living longer. So, Kimmy, you're right. If forcing sex may feel not great, uncomfortable, but so does going on a diet for the sake of your husband's health.
Yeah.
So does having to schedule these appointments to be a secretary.
Right, but-
that seems like the easiest thing out of all
But
of
it
the things
could
to keep
also
about.
mean, I'm wondering though, if it could mean that your relationship is a reflection of that, and if you're in a relationship that you're not overall happy and healthy, that's the problem, not so much the sex. The sex is just a reminder of that unhealthy relationship.
Okay, so then you are telling me, Kimmy, if your husband came to you, because you are in between ages 29 and 59.
All right in there, yep.
Yep. All right, which means
Are you in the zone?
higher death exists for you if you're not having enough sex. If your
I think there are the factors around that more than the sex itself.
No, I understand, but I would like sex, not with you. Your husband comes to you, and he
Man,
says,
who's a creepy one now?
you know what I meant. Your husband comes to you and goes, Kimmy, I saw this study, and I think it's better if we were having sex 3 times a week for our health.
Yeah.
Would you agree with him? Would you agree to be like, yeah, we're going to do this?
I mean, yeah, we would give it a go for sure.
Good, give it a go.
Wow. Wow.
That's like
Well,
saying,
no.
I wonder if this lawnmower is going to turn over. Well, give her a go. Give her a good pull.
Well, if we're having this discussion, this open discussion about it, it probably also means like we're both willing to try something new, to participate in it together,
Okay.
which is a good sign.
Okay.
Again, like I think it's less about the sex and more about the healthy relationship around the sex that's making you a healthier person.
Okay. All right.
Anything to get out of 3
And
times
I
a week.
I guess I
Seriously,
don't know.
That's what I'm hearing now.
Okay.
That is what
Hey,
I'm
I
hearing.
don't think that's important
No.
as lasagna night.
My point is I don't know if you're both trying to like force it or make it happen, if that's going to make you a healthier person or if it's just going to create more problems in your life.
All right, Tommy, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know if it has to come naturally or not.
Okay. Tommy, let's say you go to your wife today and you are armed with all this information, right? That your risk of early death is higher by not having sex 3 times a week, depression, anxiety, sleep, all of these things. And you go to your wife and you say, look, for the sake of both of our healths, we should be having sex minimum 3 times a week. Do you think she would buy that?
No.
You don't think she would change her pattern?
No.
Why?
I mean, I don't think women want that much sex.
I understand. But your wife takes care of you.
Yes.
Your wife looks out for you.
Okay, maybe in that aspect, yes.
That's what I mean.
But that would be it.
I understand that no wife would be like, oh, wow, 3 times a
Oh,
week.
hairy midget in the house. No.
But
okay.
for the sake of your health.
All right, but that would just be a an obligation.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Bro, any
And
sex she has with you is an obligation.
I also think that I know like couples who were trying to have a baby who it really became an obligation more than anything.
Okay.
To have sex, and I think it kind of ruined it for them for a while.
All right.
Yeah, because now you're forcing the issue.
You're forcing it. It's so much more based on like your There's more pressure there. Yeah, like I think like for a while they were like it wasn't. It was more work than you think. And I can't imagine that's good for you.
So I wonder if this study, the way they show it.
Now, by the way, it's multiple studies all brought together in one article.
I wonder if this affects men more than women.
So it might be women based
That
on
actually it affects more?
the lack of sex, yes.
Because they live longer than us generally anyway.
Maybe they're having sex with people behind our backs.
Okay, all right.
Who the hell knows?
Yeah, I mean, if your mailman's in his 80s.
No, in that study talking about higher risk of death, it was worse for women.
I would have thought it was the other way.
No, women that were having sex 3 times a week, it was a higher risk for women of early death than for men.
Wow.
I am also stunned.
Yeah.
Which is another reason. I'm doing it for you, baby. For you. 252 WCMF. We're talking about how in recent years, doctors have discovered, based on these studies, that sex is not just fun.
Yeah.
It's necessary for longer life. And could you use that as a pitch to get more sex out of your partner?
All right.
Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
You started this conversation by saying 20% of Americans over 18 are not having any sex whatsoever.
Yes.
And I did a quick search here, and some 2023 data that says that 19% of the American population are senior citizens 65 and older.
Okay.
And the longevity has increased 34% since 2012. So in 13 years, the rise of senior citizens has got up 35%. And people under 65 has only gone up by 2%. So younger people are not backfilling here. And think of all the people.
Well, yeah, because she's not really into that.
Oh,
Come on, that was a good one. That was a good one.
They're not even listening to your stats anymore.
No, I
Jeremy.
got them. I heard him say backfill. Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Exactly. So how many people do you know that are older that maybe one of their spouses died, that never remarried, never dated, just stopped having sex altogether? I mean, I think that this is a significant portion of this makeup.
So you think it's the older set? All right, because Jeremy, I would argue, counterpoint. Now, granted, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we've talked about these stories before.
Yeah.
People are having sex even later into life than they
Well,
ever
look
were.
at those places down in Florida, man, that are out of control.
The villages, and we've seen for the last 15 years, Jeremy, that the fastest growing rate of STD for age groups in America is over 60.
Yeah.
No, I agree with what you're saying. You've reported on those stories, but again, I'm wondering if these are widowers who've never, bothered to date again or do anything again.
Very possible.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And your question about wives looking out for their husbands as far as, keeping them healthier. I hate reality TV, but I watch one show because when I'm feeling down about myself, I watch the show to make me feel better, and that's Hoarders. Every married couple on Hoarders hates each other. They don't want to be in the same room with each other.
Over the boxes.
No, you're not listening.
Exactly. So I guarantee they're not having any sex. So whatever portion of the population that is has got to contribute to it as well.
The hoarder population.
So it's people over 65 and people on A&E reality shows.
Exactly.
Jeremy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest
Adios,
of the day.
Dix.
No, he brings up an interesting question,
What's
right?
that?
So it's possible it's people over 65, it's a greater population, and that's what's happening. I mean, we do know that younger people are not having as much sex.
The young
Waiting
ones
longer.
coming up.
Yeah,
Not-
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see, you're right, that's split up to see what portion of generations
Each
are
have.
having the most and least amount of sex.
Okay.
Because I can't imagine millennials are hurting in any way. Like, we were a very sexual generation, Kimmy. Banging everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Some of us.
Y'all were pigs.
No,
It was disgusting.
I cannot disagree with anything.
What I saw in the clubs was shocking.
yeah, I'm trying to think though. We didn't have as much. Yeah, but I feel like we were out meeting people more, whereas I think people.
You always out moving around.
People make the argument now kids are on their phones, they're not socializing, but they have access to more people that way.
Yeah, good call.
So I don't know.
Okay, so we talked about marriage and relationships and how you can use this information to go to your partner and say, hey, look,
Yeah.
I want to stay healthier. We should be having more sex. But this information, talking about the 1 in 5 Americans that are sexless, that would do nothing for people that don't have a partner. Tommy,
Yeah.
Is the information we have enough, or excuse me, is the information we have in front of us enough to make a legitimate pitch for legalized prostitution?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
And I'm being completely serious when I ask
I mean,
this
sex
question.
houses where you just go and,
Yeah.
and it's completely on the up and up like Amsterdam.
Yeah, 252 WCMF. Look, if these studies show that regular sex lowers depression, anxiety, improves heart health, lowers stress levels, gets you better sleep, increases your energy levels, and lowers your risk of early death, what reason would you not legalize prostitution to give people access to those benefits?
Right.
Because you may be getting those benefits while also putting yourself in debt.
Okay. All right, but
So, like, well, it helps
What
one
relationship
thing.
doesn't put you in
Well,
debt?
it helps one thing, hurts another.
But Kimmy-
I don't know. It could also lead to more cheating,
Okay.
which would make people unhappy.
But that's not my business.
Right.
And if you want to
no,
talk
but,
about
but we're talking about what's going to get people healthier. I'm saying that could also take away from people's health and happiness.
Okay, the debt I'll listen to, right? But if you want to argue about the debt, I would argue that if you have depression, anxiety, heart health issues, high stress levels, you're not getting enough sleep, low energy, and you're at risk of early death, medical debt is going to get you.
Right. And
One
if
of the
you're not
worst
feeling-
glorious stuff
Would
on
it
songs
also,
ever.
though, prevent people from having a relationship if they had access to that?
But if they didn't, but why are we forcing people to have a relationship?
But I mean, and
I mean, well, having somebody to take care of you and like grow old together. I think like long
well, she's going to charge extra for that.
Long term, I don't know. Is that helpful to people or does it hurt maybe your long term health?
But
in
like going to
way?
a prostitute could also kickstart a guy's confidence and get him back in the game, make him feel good about himself.
Or fall in love with that prostitute.
Okay.
Okay, but it still gets him going. And I know guys that have gone to prostitutes that kind of got him back in the game. They felt good. I mean, she talked nice to him. He felt good about himself. He felt like a guy again.
Okay.
I mean, it was therapeutic.
Sure. I mean, Kimmy, an argument you made earlier about why people aren't having sex can actually be used for prostitution because the fact of the matter is there are some people that have a real hard time finding a sexual
Yes.
partner. They are socially awkward. They are intimidated.
They're shy.
They live in isolated areas,
No,
right?
you're right.
Why should those people be
Yeah.
burdened with the terrible medical things we were just talking about? Because if I told you guys right now,
Yeah.
there was a pill you could take to improve every condition I just named, but it was illegal, folks would lose their minds. So why not regulate something like prostitution and give access to an activity that will legitimately, according to these studies, help them live longer, higher quality lives?
I mean,
Kimmy?
I'm not somebody who's against legalizing something like
Kinda
that.
sounds like you
I
are.
just don't think it's gonna help the way you're painting it to help. I think that part of what helps people get on like a better health track is it's the sex, but it's also the relationship and the feeling of love.
Okay.
And
Intimacy.
and that partnership that also helps.
Okay, you're right. I mean, you may be
and,
right.
and you lack that, so maybe yes, the physical act may be helping you in some ways, but you're also losing out on other things.
But here's the thing: if the physical act does help you in some way, wouldn't that be enough of an argument to
But my
legalize
point
that?
is, you're getting the physical thing, and you don't care about the other stuff.
You're getting
because
all
you're
the
get-
frosting, none of the cake.
Yeah,
But it's a good frosted.
whatever he said. I think it could lead some people to just being comfortable in that lifestyle, and that's fine. But maybe you're missing out on more because that's right there, and you don't have to try.
When did
I don't know.
Prude Kimmy show up in
I
the
don't
break room?
know.
She got
You're
a
missing
vibe.
trips
How
to
am
the
I prude?
mall and to my mom's house on Saturday.
What?
And I think I want to start going to church. You miss out on all that stuff.
And you're also only talking about men. We're talking about people.
No, women. Why could I was talking about prostitutes for
Yeah,
both.
yeah.
Why could women not go to a prostitute?
They could, but will they?
I mean, but again,
They
there's a
should if
stigma
they
to
do
it.
Yeah.
Look, I understand that we are a long way away from
I
legalizing.
think women are seeking more of that connection more than men.
Yeah,
are.
intimacy.
How do you know? How do you know there are women that just don't want to be? Hey, give it to me. Give it to me. Good.
Raw dog.
No, what?
No, they want to have a little
Don't
fun.
raw dog the prostitute.
They want to have some fun.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell at the rock shop.
Why do you just say things at the most inappropriate time?
Well, I guess it's a gift like anything.
It's nobody said thank you for any of this. And by the way, like all the information we have in front of us when
Yeah.
it comes to the health and well-being and all that, none of that's really surprising. In relationships where you've had good sex regularly, things are always better.
Yes.
Right? And maybe for years, now that we have this information, we didn't realize the connection. Like we just thought getting laid made us happy.
Mm-hmm.
But if what these studies all found are true, maybe we weren't just happy because of the sex, like getting sex is great.
Yeah.
Maybe the sex was giving us a higher quality of life.
Yeah.
Both health-wise, mental-wise.
You were happy.
Yeah. But no, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, no, but I mean, I think that kind of goes to it.
You're not helping my 3 times a week
no,
sex
you're making my
marriage.
point, I
Yes,
think.
you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're making Kimmy's point. You're making prude old Kimmy.
But you want to be happy in life.
Yeah.
And as this gets you being a happy couple.
Short-term happy. What?
No,
Well,
I
no,
mean,
he's
I
talking
know.
about the
I'm saying
couple part.
overall
Oh, the couple.
happiness.
I gotcha.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like you know couples that are miserable, and you know couples that seem to be happy together. And they stick out. Like both of those couples stick out. Like you know them.
You know, the problem is you can never walk up to a couple and be like, how many times a week you have sex?
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what makes them happy. Is there
But I
just-
bet you could guess. I bet
No,
you.
you can't.
No, I will say this. I bet you if you hung out with a couple of couples, just based on their overall interaction and happiness between each other, I bet you could come close to how many times they bang a month.
Kimmy, do you believe that?
Based on how they
I
interact
don't
with
think for 1 second you can predict any couple's sex life because I have been shocked before.
What do you mean?
Women talk about this
What,
more than men do.
You got the numbers?
Well, no, I just think like there are some couples who are super PDA. They're always like
Yeah.
touching and holding each other, and then come to find out they've had a terrible relationship the whole time. Like I don't know if you can look at a couple and know what they're like in the bedroom.
There are also those women, and we've met these women before, that are super prude and nerdy. That when
Yeah.
they get behind closed doors, they
Right,
just want it all the time. And you would see that prude, nerdy woman and assume she's not giving it up.
All right. Well, all right. Yeah. I'm out. I'm out.
He's out. He's done.
I'm out.
It's over. It's over. Down goes Tommy. All right, let's take a break. 9 months? How long were they in space for?
I think it was 9
almost
months.
a year.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it 9?
Whatever the journey was is
Yeah.
now done. A wet landing. They are home. They are safe. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
And now the most important question.
What's that?
You've gotten home.
Mm-hmm.
What's the first thing you're doing?
Oh.
We get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Beth. Oh, thank God they made it back.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because you and I were having this discussion yesterday, and again, it wasn't the getting there that was the issue. They got there.
Yeah.
It was the getting home. Because with these astronauts finally making it back, you, as soon as the capsule hit the International Space Station, said, oh, good, we're good.
Yeah.
And I was like,
No,
Only
not
halfway
yet.
there.
Okay.
No, thank goodness my fears were not confirmed. But now that you're home, there's things to do.
Oh, sure.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, for the first time in 9 months, the two stranded astronauts at the International Space Station are back on Earth soil. I do want to start with one thing.
What's that?
We've been covering this story for 9 months. We probably talked about it a dozen times.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the first day I learned that the guy astronaut's name was Butch.
Butch?
How did that not come up in all of the
And that's not
conversations?
a nickname. That's his actual name.
He was. That's. I don't know. It's got to be a nickname. You don't name your
No,
baby Butch.
Yeah, that's a nickname.
Well, I don't know. How old is he?
He looks like he's in his 50s.
Yeah.
Right? Kimmy, can you Google Butch Wilmore and tell me what his real name? Because Buzz is not Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, cool, yeah.
Do you have to have?
Barry, quote, Butch Wilmore.
Okay. Yeah, you go with Butch if your name's Barry.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a.
Yeah. Barry.
Like when you get to astronaut school.
Yeah.
Do they give you like the most masculine nickname possible?
I thought everybody got a nickname.
Well,
especially when you're like Top Gun guy.
What was Neil Armstrong's nickname?
Oh, that's a good question.
Ah.
I think
Well,
he had
when
a
did
strong
that
enough
start?
last name to carry it through.
Oh, that's a good theory.
Yeah.
Well, no, Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz, yeah.
You're right?
Because he buzzed the ships.
No,
Yeah, that's how he got the name.
you just made that up.
No, he was famous for like buzzing ships and buzzing like the towers and stuff.
I can
to
see
piss the guys
I
off.
can see the half smile on your face. How about you be a better liar?
How about you just open up a Bible and read a little American history?
Google how Buzz Aldrin got his nickname, please. Thank you.
You're going to be quite ashamed.
Quite a shame. Now I know you're
was in
lying.
Do the Right
'cause
Thing.
You're doing. Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Shut up.
Well, the character was.
After he was done in Roots.
Yeah.
With Gail Sayers.
Which was weird. Like buzzing at that time was very difficult.
Buzz Aldrin's nickname Buzz originated in childhood when his sister mispronounced brother as Buzzer, which became shortened to Buzz.
And that's what the
And then
CIA wants.
he
you to
later
think.
changed his name officially to Buzz.
Wait, now it's on his birth certificate?
Yeah, so he legally
straight up Buzz.
changed his first name to Buzz in 1988.
Come on, Buzz. All right.
Kind of cool.
Anyway, getting away from the nicknames. With these, by the way, the woman's name is Suni. S-U-N-I. Or is it Sunny?
Suni?
I think it's Suni.
Suni? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, I mean, you picked the two weirdest named astronauts to get stranded in space. Maybe that's why they put them up there. Sick of saying your names around here. Okay. So they are home. They are safe. They splash landed yesterday.
Haven't seen their families in 9 months.
You got it. So, Tommy, you have been in space for 9 months.
Yeah.
What is the first thing you are doing when they clear you from all of the medical tests at the facility?
You got to have chow and sex.
Okay.
That's got to be. That has to be the two.
Okay, we were just talking about sex. Let's talk about that real quick. I cannot imagine, based on what they've been through in zero gravity, that sex would be the healthiest thing right now. I'm assuming.
I was thinking like just what it would be like just to stand on your own 2 feet and feel gravity again.
So they rolled him out. Did you see that? They put him on like a gurney.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it must take a while to readjust
Yeah.
to feeling your body weight.
All right, can I ask you to Google one more thing? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How long do you have to wait to have sex when you come back from space? Because I bet you, there's got to be a limit, right?
I would just think physically it would take a second to
Well,
readjust.
probably more for the man than the woman.
Why? Because she's just got to lay there.
Well, based on
Okay,
your.
but question. I wonder if your body parts take a while to like function again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
her ovaries are in her throat right now. They're called throateries.
Well, let's check that out.
She's actually now a member of the Throatery Club. No, it's true. I love your. It's how Buzz Aldrin got his nickname.
I would think like your sack in space might get a little funky.
Wait. We're talking about sex in space.
Because like I don't know how your sperm acts in zero gravity.
Funky sax.
Yeah. Like I don't know how because you
Wasn't that one of your favorite jazz artists from
love
back in
that
the day?
guy. Yeah.
Says it shouldn't.
Sackety bop.
There's no specific waiting period. Just depends
You just
on
go,
when
okay,
you're ready.
Get it on.
So you're having sex right off the.
Well, food and sex are the two things you got to have immediately because you miss all the good chow.
Okay.
And you haven't been intimate.
Yeah, you're right. All right, which one's first?
I think you got to eat first.
Okay.
Because you need your strength.
All right, let's say you get home and your partner's been waiting for you for 9 months. What do you do? No, Taco Bell.
Big plate of ziti, then we get after it.
No, you can't have a big plate of
That's
ziti.
not going to digest well.
You know you're gonna every guy's gonna wolf down that first meal in like 7 seconds.
But
And you're gonna regret it.
Yes, they haven't had real food in 9 months. Like your digestive system would freak
But that
out.
doesn't stop, guy. I get that. But we're like dogs
when
guarding
it's
our own
coming out.
food.
These are scientists. I'm sure that they know.
Oh, they're not. They're scientists. What are they going up there doing? Looking at screws and ants.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Ants in space.
All he knows, Kimmy, all he knows of space is the Simpsons episode where they put Homer on the
Yes.
space station.
Like, I don't know what level of scientists these people are. They were in no rush to go get them. And we were flying junk up there to see if it worked.
I don't think they just put non-qualified people.
I understand that, but there's all levels of jobs.
Are
I don't know where they rank as far as importance of astronauts.
Are you questioning the qualifications of 2 astronauts?
We sent them up there and they broke a plane. They broke the goddamn plane.
They didn't break it?
Well, somebody broke the goddamn plane.
A man whose single point of reference for space technology was a Simpsons episode from 1994 is questioning the academic.
You don't have to be a scientist.
And I don't know, did
the
they
whole
fly?
point of going up there.
Did they fly themselves up there?
Good question.
Or did
yeah,
they-
because the Starliner, the Boeing Starliner, the experimental
But they
ship
brought the
took up-
Starliner back.
But I think it went back on its own with nothing. I think they
okay.
autopiloted it home.
Okay.
They dislodged it, and kicked it out.
Okay.
Get out of here. No, that's a good question. Yeah, because if they had someone else on the ship, they could have just gone back with them.
All right, so if you're asking me, I'm eating first, then banging.
Okay.
But tight. Chow to Giner is going to be pretty tight.
That
Kimmy?
seems like a terrible decision.
It is. What's the first thing you're doing when you get back to Earth?
I mean, probably eating. You're asking the snack queen. I'm going straight for the Doritos, pasta, pizza, all the food that I was denied for 9 months.
Kimmy is now referring to herself in the third person as
Yes.
the snack queen.
Snack
Yeah,
queen.
I'm dying for some snacks.
Yeah, I
Oh.
think food's got to top it.
I'm definitely I think it's going to take you a while to adjust to mentally and physically, so I'm probably getting high at some point coming back.
Oh, yeah, forget about
I need to
booze.
chill out for a while. I'm traumatized.
Okay, again, I'm going to guess that adding those chemicals to your body after what you just experienced is probably
I don't
really
know,
bad.
or
I'm
you
not-
get
it's
a
not gonna
better
stop
high.
me. Yeah. I forgot about booze.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'd have to go
You were clean from everything for 9
It's
months.
like prison.
But it also gives you an opportunity to never have to go back to that stuff.
Oh, I'm going right back to
Bro,
it.
your body is detoxed completely.
Yeah, let's get started, man. I
Okay.
got a clean slate. So I would I want to reorganize my priorities.
Okay, go ahead.
Chow,
Yeah.
cocktail, bang.
So you're going to be full of ziti drunk, and you think that this is not going to be the most disgusting sexual experience
I
of your
just
life.
served our country.
What did you do?
I went up to space.
You
According to you, I was one of the top people. I had the right stuff. I went up there and checked on all the screws.
Do you look at astronauts as patriotic?
Well, yeah, I mean, they're part
You
of the...
just crapped on
I
them!
know. I don't
You
know where you
just cracked
But
stand.
there's all levels of military. There's the general, and there's the guy down here on the forklift. There's everybody.
They weren't running a forklift. They were on a spaceship.
I get it. A lab, not really a ship.
They took a ship.
That they broke.
They didn't break it. 252 WCMF. The astronauts that were stranded in space for 9 months are finally home. They got home yesterday. Looks like everybody's safe. We're
Yeah.
trying to figure out what the first thing you would do is. I'm going to go to the phones in a second. I think you're both wrong. I think the first thing you do, because you were without entertainment for 9 months, you're going to sit down and just veg out, watch TV, and see
Oh.
what happened in the news, right?
Yeah.
Not eat?
You got to get caught up.
Reality TV, maybe? Think about this. You freak out when Kimmy waits 2 days to watch White
Yes.
Lotus or the boat show.
But wouldn't you eat while you're watching?
Okay,
you can
fine.
do all those things at the same time.
Eat TV and get a knob job. How's that? Is that very good?
Sounds like a pretty good night.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. A shocker. Pat thinks everybody is wrong, but no, I would have to get something to eat, whether it's pizza, chicken wings, or a steak, and then probably drink some Jack and Coke,
Okay.
and then probably get some sex.
Okay.
I mean, he should know. He kind of lives his lifestyle right now because he has no money.
Exactly.
Every day's a splash landing.
All right, so, Ben, you are food, alcohol, sex.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, though. Is if you don't have alcohol for 9 months, that beer or whiskey or whatever you're drinking is going to probably taste amazing.
And it's going to hit you hard. You're going to be on your ass.
It's going to be like you're 15
Oh, yeah,
getting
you're
drunk.
going to be seriously messed up.
Okay, but here's the thing. Think about this. Let's say you walk into your home and your partner is there.
Yeah.
They've been waiting for you for 9 months, and you go, no, wait, I want food and booze. What a slap in the face to your partner.
How about just
Or hold up, I need some juice, then let's go.
All right, let's say that here's a scenario.
Okay.
You come home. Kids are away. She's like, you haven't done anything yet.
He almost went down what his fantasy was.
All right, so she's ready to go. She's in like,
Hey, Ben, thanks for the call,
she's
buddy.
got the sexy outfit on. She set the mood.
Okay.
There's food and booze on the table,
Yeah.
but she's also in the mood. What do you go for? Now it's all laid out in front of you. She's ready to go. Hot plate of food, alcohol.
food's getting cold.
What do you do?
If she's prepared
No,
herself,
I mean, she's ready to go. I mean, she is shaved. She is plucked. She's in one of them Victoria's Secret.
We got it. We got the image.
Mama's hot and red ass.
yeah, you got to go that one first.
Brazilian all the way.
Even if you don't want
Yeah,
it.
she's already made the decision for you.
Yeah, even if you say no to that and start eating lasagna.
So you got it. All right.
Yeah, you got to go second.
All right. Do you grab something on the way in?
No, you don't grab. What are you, Costanza?
No,
No.
Let's say we're going to, but there's like a plate of bread right there. You grab a little of that. Maybe you take a hit off the booze, then you go on the way in.
You're bringing a charcuterie board
Yes,
into the bedroom. Okay.
yeah.
How about the first thing you're doing is just simply laying down in your bed?
You've been laying down for 9 months.
No, but they
Yeah.
haven't. Don't you like sleep upright for you slept upright without like putting your head on a pillow for that long of time?
Good
Like
point.
it would feel good just to like let your body melt into your bed for a little bit.
At what point do you feel gravity again when you're coming back? Is it when you
Right
hit
away, I
the
would
water?
think.
No, I'm saying like because the
like
ride
your
back,
body adjusts.
Yeah.
I thought they said 2 days. I thought they said.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I meant like just
Like on your way in.
Yeah, like the sensation of feeling gravity for the first time in 9 months has got to
Yeah.
be like messing with you. Babe.
Yeah, because it's hard to walk and stuff. So I saw with one of the guys who had been up there for a while.
Yeah.
They said he grew 2 inches in space.
Yep.
Like your spine expands, I guess.
It happens when you sleep. You're taller. You're the tallest you are all day when you first wake up.
Really?
Yeah, it's a fact.
I'm all hunched over.
Okay, maybe not you, but
Oh,
everybody
I literally
else.
crawl out of bed.
Your spine, not decon.
Bro, I look like an armadillo getting out of bed. Ain't no spine to it.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room. On CMF. That's going to be a wrapperoo.
Howdy-o, hub day, rapperoo.
For a Wednesday break room CMF makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, I know what it means.
What's that?
We're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, and it is back after our live stream camera failed us last Thursday.
What's that?
It's another Tommy Tracksuit Thursday.
Yeah.
All right, look, you're doing this thing.
What?
Where you're overselling your tracksuit.
This is the headliner. This is it.
Man,
This
be
is the
careful.
coup de suit, if that's a word. It's been banned from my house. My wife doesn't want to see me in it. Like when I opened it up,
You're going to give her the ick.
my wife thought I got the wrong order. When she saw the pockets, I've never worn pockets like this.
Do you hear what this man is
And you
saying?
had some pretty flashy pockets.
No, these are like,
What are you talking about?
these are some downtown pockets.
Downtown pockets.
You know what I mean.
Okay.
Like I should have my own label with these pockets.
So tomorrow, it's another Tommy Tracksuit Thursday, including downtown pockets.
This is it. This is it.
Downtown pockets.
Pocket peak.
Downtown Pockets is either a jazz artist that Tommy loves or a professional pool player from the 1930s. So Tommy Tracksuit Thursday, Bitch Voice Theater at Downtown Pockets, plus a whole bunch more tomorrow in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who would not have sex with her husband 3 times a week to save his life.
I said I'd try it.
Jeez.
We give it a go.
Yeah, whatever.
For Tommy and Tommy Ulay, who he and I together were trying to make a compelling argument to legalize prostitution in America for the health of men and women.
For America.
My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.